Good morning, everybody. Bonjour tout le monde. First of all, Ottawa is on the unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The people of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence is nurtured and continues to nurture this land. I'm going to ask for roll call today. If I can get our committee coordinator to go ahead and proceed.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor DeRoche. Councillor Devine. Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lowe.
Present.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Skowski.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Chair Tierney.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I'll begin with we have the minutes 22 from October 23rd, 2025. Are these carried? Thank you. Item number 4, the tools available regarding hauling and filling and road impacts. Vice Chair does have a quick motion on this specific item as we're holding it. If I'm looking around the table, is that okay to hold? And we'll deal with this briefly. Seeing concurrence. Vice Chair Kitts.
Yeah, so I believe I have to read. Be it resolved that the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee approved that the following inquiry response be lifted for discussion by the committee at today's meeting pursuant to subsection 89.4 of the procedure bylaw.
Great. And we've checked with staff. Staff are in agreement. Is this item carried?
Sorry, I have a motion.
Oh, sorry. I'm skipping ahead.
That's okay. So, yeah, I can read it in and then I'll provide some comments. So whereas some communities, including those who have significant amount of new greenfield housing development, have experienced road infrastructure degradation caused by heavy vehicles hauling fill between a development or construction site and designated truck routes. And whereas the city has enacted bylaws that regulate the movement of heavy vehicles on city highways and prohibit damage to public infrastructure as a result of the operation of heavy vehicles, however, successful enforcement of these bylaws is challenging. And whereas in addition to these bylaws, the city may hold securities through the development approval process to ensure heavy vehicle damage to city roads associated with development activities is mitigated. However, any damage which may have occurred prior to the execution of applicable agreements would not be addressed. Therefore, be it resolved that Public Works and Infrastructure Committee recommend council direct staff to A, as part of the city's review of the overdimensional vehicles bylaw number 2003-497, that staff in collaboration with other city departments be directed to explore proactive opportunities for recovering the potential cost of degradation to city roadways by the operators of heavy vehicles, such as fill hauling dump trucks, or the persons on whose behalf they are undertaking the activity through, for example, a permitting system. B, explore opportunities to leverage new technologies as part of ongoing enforcement of existing bylaws. C, report back to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee with the results of its review as part of its report on the overdimensional vehicle bylaw number 2003-497 review in the next term of council. So I know that my ward is not the only one that is dealing with this issue, but we have instances where, given the volume of truck traffic that is carrying fill from development sites to certain locations, our roads are being degraded at a much quicker rate than they would if that activity wasn't taking place. And there's a gap right now in our bylaws to safeguard against that and to protect our investments. So this motion is looking to fill that gap and remove that gray area. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Now I can say staff have looked at this and they approve. Is this item carried? Thank you. So we'll move right along. We have just for agenda clearing purposes, both items. Obviously we have the first item that we really want to discuss. Lots of questions on this one. The potential impacts of Bill 60 on cycling projects and recommendations for the 2026 capital budget. So we'll hold that item. We do have a presentation and also the draft operating and capital budget. So seeing that, I'm looking, we're good. Oh, yes. And of course, we'll just go ahead and if there's any issue, did anyone want to hold the item status update Public Works and Infrastructure Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending November 18th, 2025? No need to hold that item. Is this item received? Great. So we'll go back to the burning question. We'll go to item number 5, 5.1. We do have a presentation from Jennifer Armstrong and Kale. And we also have a motion. Maybe I'll get Vice Chair Kitts to read that in while we get our presenters to come up.
Whereas the report and supporting documents for item 5.1 titled Potential Implications of Bill 60 on Cycling Projects and Recommendations for the 2026 Capital Budget was not circulated with the agenda package, therefore be it resolved that the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee approve the addition of these documents for consideration by the committee at today's meeting pursuant to Section 89.3 of the Procedure Bylaw.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So as per usual, now that motion is in front of us during the discussion. Oh, is that item carried? Carried? Okay, so now we can get on to the presentation. I know the clerk keeps me in line here. Now we'll get on to the presentation. Then we'll proceed to the delegations. And then, of course, I know we'll have, especially Councillor Troster will certainly have questions to staff on this one. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of committee. I'm here today with Cal Hakla, who's the Program Manager for the Active Transportation Planning Branch, to provide an update on Bill 60 and the potential impact that it may have for our cycling projects in the city. On October 23rd, the province announced legislation, Bill 60, and that legislation includes a number of elements that have impacts for the city. But of particular interest to this committee is how that legislation will impact all of the transportation infrastructure projects that the city delivers that also include cycling facilities. We anticipate that the legislation will have an impact on the projects in the Transportation Master Plan, the road projects, the transit projects, and obviously the cycling projects, as well as projects in the Road Safety Action Plan and integrated renewal projects as well. And so in the month or so that staff have had to review the legislation, we've started the process of looking at individual projects to see how they might be impacted. However, that process is going to take some time. We've started our initial assessment by looking at the projects in the 2026 capital budget, given the discussions that are ongoing regarding the budget, so that we could provide an update to the committee on some of the impacts of the legislation, specifically to those projects in the capital budget, recognizing that a lot of work still needs to be done to understand the full implications of the legislation for all of the other projects that are in progress or planned within the city. So if we can move on to the next slide. I thought I would begin just by giving a bit of an overview about the legislative changes. When I did check this morning, the bill had not yet received royal assent. It's past third reading, but we do expect that to happen at any time. And essentially, the bill prohibits municipalities from reducing the number of lanes available for motor vehicle travel for the purposes of a cycling facility. And within the Highway Traffic Act, there are definitions provided for bicycle lanes and motor vehicle lanes. And so bicycle lanes include not just painted bike lanes, but they also include cycle tracks and pathways. So all types of cycling infrastructure would be included in this legislation. Motor vehicle lanes are defined, motor vehicles are defined to include buses. So the legislation not only impacts the city's ability to remove traffic lanes to provide cycling infrastructure, it also impacts the ability to remove bus lanes to provide cycling infrastructure. And in Ottawa's case, we have that unique situation with the bus lanes on Albert and Slater streets, which were planned to be repurposed with the opening of stage 1. And so that project is impacted by this legislation. The legislation impacts through lanes of traffic, but it also, we believe, impacts turning lanes at intersections. So there are a number of cycling projects that we have that are generally compliant with the legislation, except potentially at intersections where there may be the removal of a right turn lane or a right turn channel, which would be impacted under this legislation. So next slide. Continuing, any project that has a signed construction contract would be exempt under the requirements. The city does have, or sorry, the province has the ability to introduce regulations in the future. Those regulations could provide exceptions to the legislation. They could also introduce new requirements that the city would need to follow. Bill 60 is a little bit different than Bill 212, which was the previous legislation that had impacts for cycling projects. Under Bill 212, the city would be required to seek approval from the province for projects that would impact traffic lanes. And the municipalities that would be subject to that requirement and the criteria for evaluating projects were to be set out in regulations that would follow. Those regulations were not released, and Bill 60 basically supersedes Bill 212. And so under Bill 60, there's just a blanket prohibition for any cycling project that would remove a lane of traffic. Next slide. So in terms of potential impacts, we do expect to see an increased cost to deliver some cycling projects and potentially slower implementation timelines. For example, if we need to acquire a sliver of property at an intersection to be able to provide the cycling facilities. That said, we certainly are not intending to continue with the status quo in terms of our project priorities. And so we are going to be looking to pivot towards projects that are able to be implemented cost effectively. There are going to be corridors where we simply cannot provide cycling facilities under this legislation because of space constraints or because it will be too cost prohibitive. Situations where you've got hydro poles or retaining walls, and there's, again, simply not the space to provide those facilities. And I guess the final impact that I wanted to highlight is the legislation basically reduces one of the tools that we had to improve cycling safety at intersections. And so that is an impact to our ability to deliver safe cycling infrastructure. Next slide, please. In terms of current projects, we do know that there are projects that will require design changes. Now, some projects will have very significant impacts from this legislation, but many of them will have smaller impacts, localized impacts at intersections. And for those projects, there will be a process to review and update the designs so that they can become compliant with the legislation. That will increase the costs for design to go back and relook at those designs, and it will certainly impact project timelines. In terms of the cost, we actually don't know the net impact of the cost. Certainly some projects could be slightly more expensive, but other projects could be less expensive if there are changes to the limits of the project or the scope of the improvements that are included within those projects. And then, as I mentioned, some projects or components of projects won't be able to move forward. And in that situation, there's an opportunity to reallocate that funding to projects that are compliant. Next slide. So our proposed mitigation strategy is very much aligned with those impacts that I've just described. So first of all, where it's possible to do so, adjust the project design so that they are compliant with the legislation. And those design changes would be done through the normal design process. They'd be communicated to councillors and the community, and those changes would be introduced and carried through to construction. Some projects we're proposing would be deferred and other projects advanced in their place. There are over 70 projects within the Transportation Master Plan that are compliant with the legislation, so we have no shortage of good projects that could move forward. And so we are proposing to go back, take a look at the priorities in the Transportation Master Plan and see which projects make sense to advance now and which projects should be paused. In time, we also would like to do a comprehensive update to the projects in the active transportation project list in the Transportation Master Plan as part of the next TMP update, which the timelines for that are within about the next 5 years. Work on that would begin before that, and that process would include consultation with the public, analysis, and so on. And then finally, there's going to be projects where we simply we can't defer the project, and we'll proceed without the cycling facilities. And that's particularly the case where we've got integrated projects and there's underground servicing that needs to be upgraded or replaced, and those projects will simply just move ahead. Next slide. So in terms of the 2026 budget, there are 3 projects that we wanted to highlight as not being able to move forward as planned in 2026. The first is the Saint Joseph Boulevard Main Street Mobility Improvement Project. The 2026 budget identified funding for detailed design of that project, but the conceptual design did include the removal of vehicle lanes to be able to improve the pedestrian, the cycling, and the public realm environment. And so the detailed design, there's no point in moving that forward. It's staff's intent to go back and relook at the conceptual functional design and see how the project can continue to move forward, but without being in violation of the legislation. 2 projects in the cycling facilities program that are impacted, the extension of the cycle tracks on O'Connor Street. These cycling facilities would require the removal of a vehicle lane, and essentially the project can't move forward under Bill 60. The project did also include some underground works and sidewalk renewals, but those had been brought forward in time to take advantage of the coordination opportunities with the cycling project. So those underground and sidewalk renewal pieces can be deferred. The other major project that's impacted significantly is the Albert and Slater Street project that I alluded to earlier. This is the repurposing of the bus lanes on Albert and Slater to again provide pedestrian facilities, cycling facilities, transit and public realm improvements. There is again an underground element to this project, which we do expect would move forward in 2026. But at the same time, staff would go back and take a look at the surface improvements that were planned to see what could move forward, again, in compliance with the legislation. So next slide. So our recommendations for the budget purpose is to essentially preserve the funding for those 2 programs in the accounts, and to come back to this committee in Q2 of 2026 with recommendations for how that funding could be reallocated. And at the same time, we would look at the priorities in the Transportation Master Plan. Next slide. I also just wanted to highlight some of the main projects in design and planning that we believe will be impacted by this legislation. This is not intended to be a comprehensive list, but we just wanted to flag these projects for committee and council's awareness. Again, a lot of work still needs to be done to flesh out the details of the nature of the impacts. In some cases, it may be very minor redesign work that's needed. In other cases, the project may look significantly different as it moves forward. And you can see on the slide there some of the projects that are currently in design that would be impacted. Albert Street, improvements on Walkley Road, Center Point Drive has a traffic calming project that could be impacted. There's Blair Road Transit Priority has some cycling measures in it that could be impacted, some intersection project at West Hunt Club in Greenbank, and then some integrated renewal projects on Rochester and Bank. Next slide. In the planning phase, again, the projects on this slide are not intended to be a comprehensive list, but again, flagging some of the ones where we think that there are likely to be more significant impacts. Again, emphasizing that more work needs to be done to flesh those out. But we're looking at impacts to integrated renewal projects on Kent and Maryvale. The St. Laurent Boulevard Transit Priority Environmental Assessment identified a multi-use pathway through the Highway 417 area that could be impacted. And then there's cycling projects on Désay, Jeanne d'Arc, and Orleans, which could also be impacted by the legislation. Next slide. So just to conclude, the report does recommend, as I mentioned previously, preserving the funding for those impacted projects in the 2026 budget, and then reporting back with recommendations for how that funding could be reallocated, and at the same time reporting back with how the project priorities in the TMP should be adjusted to reflect the new legislation that we're working under. And I'd just like to conclude by saying that, city staff certainly remain very committed to implementing mobility options that are safe and convenient for residents. The major change is that our tools are a little bit different, and for cycling in particular, the projects will look a little bit different as we move forward. So thank you.
Wonderful. Lots there. We're still learning, and we continue to still learn. At this point, we'll go directly to delegations. And at the point, I believe our first, sorry. Oh, they're both online today. Okay, sorry, I thought the first one was in person. So the first delegation, I believe is, I'm just looking for him on the screen here. Is he on the screen? We'll just wait for first delegation to be added to the room. Oh, okay. Justin Westlake Hughes. Justin, you're no straight. I just saw you a couple days ago, so you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see me?
We cannot, but we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'll try once more. If this fails, I'll just continue with audio.
We see the Golden Gate Bridge. It looks fine.
Sorry, that's my background. Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. As Councillor Tierney mentioned, I also gave a delegation on Monday. That one was a bit stronger. I think this one's just going to be a bit more short and sweet. I wanted to talk about Bill 60 and especially around some of the existing 2026 projects. As city staff have indicated, it does prohibit the removal of vehicle lanes for a bicycle lane, but it does indicate specifically in Bill 60, except as permitted by regulation. My interpretation of this is that the city could technically request permission to go ahead with these projects. That doesn't mean that it will be granted. That doesn't mean that we'll necessarily be able to do anything about it, but there could be an opportunity to ask for permission to carry on. Also, Bill 60 indicates that any project with a signed construction contract at the time the legislation is enacted is exempt from Bill 60. I saw we had 3 projects that are in the 2026 budget. There's the St. Joseph project from Jeanne d'Arc to Belcourt. There's the Albert and Slater Street renewals. Now, a question that I have, maybe to increase my own understanding, is, has this already started? Because I was at Slater Street the other day and I saw that some of the bus lane signs have been covered. So it indicates that, I feel at the least it indicates that the work is going to start soon. I'm not sure if the city has any contracts for construction there, but my understanding based off of Bill 60 is that if we do, then they are not impacted. There's also the project from O'Connor from Laurier to Wellington. I saw in the report that we have $1.7 million already spent, and based off of that, if I was in council, I would be looking to go to the provincial government and request for exceptions for regulation to be permitted to construct these projects. The way I see it, it would $1.7 million has already been spent on taxpayer money, and I think that taxpayers would want us to let that not be wasted if there was any opportunity to do so. Thank you for the delegation today, and I welcome any questions that councillors may have.
Great. Thank you, Justin, for your delegation today. I'll be certain to clarify with staff. Unfortunately, I think you won't like the answer staff will provide, but I'll certainly will ask staff that question today. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is it's Rob from Baikata. Rob, are you online? There, you're no
Yes,
stranger.
I'm here. Yep.
You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
All right. Thanks so much. So good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rob Attrell, and I'm a resident of Ottawa, living in Orleans with my wife and 3 young kids. I'm a community advocate who really wants suburban transportation options. So between cycling and the incoming LRT extension, which I'm very excited for, I really never want to feel the need to shop for a second vehicle to accompany our minivan. And I'm speaking to you today as a board member of Bike Ottawa. So first, I wanted to thank city staff for getting this report ready so quickly. I can't imagine the turnaround on that, but it seems very impressive. And for asking to delay major decisions until the fallout from Bill 60 has played out a bit more. So from my perspective, the through line from Ontario Bill 212 to where we are today and where we're headed with transportation policy in the province is quite clear. This legislation threatens the ability of cities to choose to reallocate space that's currently underused by vehicles. And I'll just point out that we only want to do this work in the first place on these projects because the city has extensively studied every single road renewal and took years developing the transportation master plan. So I want to just take a moment to illustrate kind of from my perspective how naively written and prepared this legislation is specific to this section of Bill 60 with a hypothetical scenario. So based only on the wording in the bill, it appears to me that it would be perfectly legal for the city to take out outer traffic lanes on a 4-lane road and just replace them with grass. I'm not saying we would do that, but we could do that. Grass is not a prescribed purpose in this legislation. At least it isn't yet. We could call it a road diet. We could call it a beautification project. And then the morning after that construction crew leaves that has put in this grass, we could call the crew right back in, tear up the grass and put in a bike lane. That seems to me on its own to also be something that would be perfectly legal because we aren't replacing a car lane anymore, we're replacing grass. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting the city would ever do that. It would be a huge waste of money, but it appears to me based on the reading of this legislation, which I've been doing in detail for the last month or so, that we could do that. So under Bill 60, we could theoretically still build the infrastructure we need to achieve official plan targets, transportation master plan targets, and so on, but only if we do it in the most expensive, inefficient, and redundant ways possible. The report, the presentation that was provided sort of gave me an extra incentive to believe that's true, given the additional potential workarounds to this bill that we could put in place, but would be more expensive. This vaguely written legislation forces transportation planners to act like children playing a game of 20 questions with our infrastructure budget. Or more realistically, honestly, it chills the mood on active transportation projects so that these important potential questions just never get asked. I believe the city should be able to decide where it wants to make better use of space on our roadways by sharing the space with other modes of transportation, as indicated in these projects. Now, I know that bike lanes are a wedge issue, especially as snow and colder weather approaches. It's very easy politically to attack bike infrastructure, and supporting it makes candidates an easy target, especially with an election coming up. So with that in mind, I'm asking you today to look past this specific bill and to see the threat to your own authority. So the relevant section of Bill 60 includes the phrase, any other prescribed purpose. And to me, that's honestly a much bigger, much more important statement than the specific wording around bicycle lanes. So if you accept this without a fight, you're essentially handing Queen's Park a blank check to come back and veto any local decision you make on transportation, including taking out roadways for dedicated bus lanes or even something as benign as parades or street festivals. This legislation is very vaguely worded, and I could certainly see that. And I hope that you can imagine yourself in my place, theoretically, Mr. Chair, if it was municipal ring roads that were being banned by similar provincial legislation. So I'm here today to ask you to stand up for the residents of this city and the principles you've used to build our high-level planning documents. I am very glad to see the city, that the plan for the city is to recommend maintaining the active transportation budget and doing what you can while this works itself out. I'm sure that city staff and engineers have plenty of really great ideas to work through this, and cycling advocates obviously do too, as we've probably told many of you about. So please get creative. In addition, as mentioned by the previous delegate, I feel like it should go without saying that it's almost certainly worth submitting our list of affected projects to the province and asking for exceptions. Whether or not they grant them is up to them. And finally, Toronto City Council recently supported a motion 23-1 to oppose this part of the legislation in Bill 60 and request that the province clarify that municipalities have the authority to determine road design within their borders. I know the City Council recently passed a motion opposing Bill 60 on housing to support tenants, which is great. But to my knowledge, so far, the council has been formally silent on this part of the Bill 60 so far. Are we okay with Ottawa's transportation policy being dictated from Queen's Park? So I'm asking the committee and council to show solidarity with Toronto City Council to move a similar motion adapted for Ottawa, defend our city's autonomy, protect our budget, and keep working with city, obviously keep working towards a city with multiple viable transportation options. Thank you.
Right to the second, Rob. You do have a question from Councillor Dudas.
Great.
Yes, thanks, Rob. I very much appreciate you being here as a representative of Bike Ottawa. If I want to, as you well know, I have skin in the game on this, right?
Yes.
We've got 3 projects in my ward alone, and then a shared project I have with Chair Tierney on Blair Road that are all potentially not just shelved, but killed outright because of this. I know that myself, the chair, as well as all of the colleagues around the table here are still reeling from this omnibus bill and all of the implications, because we're talking about cycling lanes right now, but there's many, many impacts in respect to this bill, and we've all been reaching out to our provincial elected officials as well as Queen's Park in general. My question to you is, because you are here as Bike Ottawa, has Bike Ottawa been reaching out to provincial officials as well? Because again, we as politicians, we are advocating on behalf of our decision making, but I'm curious to find out if, as an organization that does have members and has a presence within our city, has Bike Ottawa been active in terms of reaching out and amplifying our concerns about this particular bill?
Yes, so absolutely. So one of the things that we're doing, there's actually a group that meets full of people, not even honestly just Ontario. There's some people from Alberta and out east as well. That meet regularly. The group is called Bill 212, but that's just because it started quite a while ago. But we're certainly discussing multiple options. We've been planning, rallies that will sort of potentially line up as closely as possible with each other in different cities. So I know Toronto has run a couple. We've run one and are talking about ways that we can continue to work on this. So yes, definitely we are approaching the province in as many ways, as many directions as we can. Obviously, we would have loved the opportunity to be able to provide actual meaningful comments and have to hear and have a debate about this at Queen's Park, but we didn't get that opportunity. It was fast tracked, but yeah, we're definitely exploring every avenue possible.
It's interesting to say that. I think we would have liked the opportunity as well too. It's been fast tracked for all of us, including municipalities. So thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. I would encourage the community organizations as well as members of the bike community and those who are impacted by this bill to also continue their advocacy on this, because it can't just be municipal councils. We have to have people who are impacted by this legislation speak out. So thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Rob. I just want to let you know there are some of us who've been speaking up consistently, especially since this original iteration is Bill 212. We organize rallies, spoke at rallies. It's incredibly frustrating to see this municipal autonomy and basically our entire transportation master plan be trashed by the provincial government in one quick move. But I will tell you that I have a motion, staff are just tinkering with it, that would ensure that the design of Albert and Slater doesn't preclude being able to add cycle tracks should the legislation change. And also our city treasurer or our chief financial officer is planning to hold the money for those projects in trust until we can consult back about what to do with it in the interim. So I just wanted to let you know, I agree with you that this is a massive overreach, but there could also be a change of government in 2 years or court challenges. So I don't think we should be setting this, reallocating this money immediately, because these are long-term projects. And as you said, we have sunk costs associated with them. I'm just wondering, is Bike Ottawa participating in any of the court challenges that I know are coming out of Cycle Toronto? They challenged Bill 212. Is there an intention to work through the court system on Bill 60 as well?
There's definitely an interest in exploring what avenues are possible, what legal options are possible. Cycle Toronto has quite a number of legal experts that are working on this. It does seem to be that because there's not a safety difference between the issue, I guess, with Bill 212 was that cycling infrastructure was already in place, and they were talking about removing it, which inherently studies can show can make things less safe. Whereas it's much more difficult to legally prove that something will be more safe if implemented. The burden kind of shifts on that and so we're definitely exploring other legal options, but it seems like this legislation is so broadly written that it's designed to be a little bit more challenge proof, because there's no reasoning, there's no rationale behind it. It just says we are doing this.
Yeah, it's the shock and awe strategy. I mean, it's happening to us as a municipality, whether it's speed cameras in my ward, closing supervised consumption sites, bike lanes. It is very frustrating, but I just want to let you know that I'm with you. Many of us are with you. And we're exploring all options going forward, but I actually think it would be really problematic if we just immediately reallocated the money. But if we can build in a way that we can retrofit quite quickly, should there be a change in legislation, I think we have no choice, and just kind of pedal to the metal on the projects that do comply and get those built first and just reorder the work we're doing. But I mean, you don't have to convince any of us sitting around this table that this is bad legislation and extremely disappointing. So thank you for your advocacy, and let's keep working together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Rob, thank you for your delegation. You certainly do have a lot of sympathy around council, and certainly with Ottawa staff on the impact of this. I just wanted to mention a few, like I have extreme sympathy for my colleagues who know they will be losing projects. I have some projects in my own ward that staff in my office have been working on, which we're going to be enhancing safety. Those projects may be in jeopardy. That's certainly concerning. I just wanted to, when you were talking about that motion that came out of Toronto, I just wanted to let you know that if there's one thing that does get council here in Ottawa animated, and certainly councils across the province, is when we try as cities to stand up for our own autonomy and to push back against overreach, especially when that overreach is going against evidence-based policies for the sake of populism. And so this council has already brought motions. My colleague, Councillor Tierney, got us all mobilized on a motion that we stood behind him, alongside him, on automated speed enforcement cameras. Just that last week, my colleague, Councillor Plante, brought a motion that we all got behind and supported on how Bill 60 has an impact on housing. I'm definitely looking forward to either myself or other colleagues on bringing a motion soon to council to address this specific element of overreach and see if council can stand as one voice. There's a significant public safety concern at play here, and I appreciate your motivating us to act on it. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine, and thank you very much, Rob. You can see we're all quite frustrated, whether it's Blair Road, which is one that I am desperately wanting and directly has impacts, or like the ESCs. Unfortunately, they like to call us the creatures of the province at times, but we are a corporation of the province of Ontario, so please reach out to your MPP. Oh, I believe he's dropped off. Okay. So we're finished with delegations at this point. We'll go to questions to staff.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. So obviously I have a lot of questions because this has a significant impact on projects in my ward. I'm wondering if staff have the motion available yet that we worked on? Do you? Okay, it's a short one. I just wanted to put it forward at this time. Thank you. Whereas the Albert and Slater Street project is based on long-standing transportation planning decisions, and whereas the lanes that would be removed for this design are the lanes designated for the former transitway, and whereas this project intersects with many other major cycling routes, and whereas previous similar pieces of provincial legislation have been successfully challenged in court, therefore be it resolved that the revised design for the Albert and Slater Street improvement project include no elements that would preclude cycle lanes from being incorporated at a future date legislation permitting. Thank you. So I do have a few questions. This is all very frustrating, although the piece I think that really gets me is we've had the long-standing O'Connor bike lane forever. The design to simply extend it 3 blocks to Wellington has been on the books since 2018 or 2019, and it's finally funded. Do you see any room in this legislation to appeal to the government to allow us to at least finish the existing project? Because the problem now is it means we have 3 extremely unsafe areas before you actually merge onto the existing lane that's been there for years. I know one of the delegates referred to some language about where he thought there might be an opening. Do you think this is worth pursuing?
So through the chair, thank you for the question. So there is within the legislation, it does say with exceptions through regulations. So there is a mechanism that the province could use to introduce regulations that would provide exceptions. Staff do not have any indication on how open the province would be in entertaining those ideas, but the mechanism is there in the legislation for that to happen.
Okay, so would staff be open to perhaps providing some suggestions that we could send up to the province of what those exceptions could look like to help us finish projects? I mean, another example is Albert and Slabert is a former transit way. Those are former rapid bus lanes that we don't need anymore. I'm just wondering if okay, Marcia, thank you. I'm just wondering if we might be able to put some suggestions together on what those regulations might look like.
Okay, so through the chair, I appreciate the question, and I think that this conversation we can have again when we come back early in 2026 with a real plan for how we're going to deal with the impacted projects. I mean, I think it's pretty clear the province intended to not let us repurpose bus lanes as they defined mobility vehicles to specifically say bus lane. Bus was included as a motor vehicle, so I think that we have to just be conscious of whether or not such advocacy would have any impact. I do think that there's a lot of public realm work we could do around sidewalks and things that were going to be done in conjunction with the cycling. So let us take that away in terms of our thinking around alternatives in terms of how to spend the money that was planned to be in here, what we could be doing to move our transportation master plan forward. And if we see there's any advocacy that might make a difference, we certainly will bring that forward as well.
Great, thank you so much. And you and I had a conversation offline. I just wanted to get this on the record. You did mention that our chief financial officer is planning to bring a motion forward at budget that would hold the money for those projects in trust until staff can consult with the related councillors about how to reallocate those funds. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair. I think we need a little bit more time to do that work to make sure that we, put a lock on it, if you will. And then we can kind of come back in the new year with.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just don't want to see the money redistributed right away. And when it comes to the Albert and Slater cycling improvement, I still don't have funding allocated for the sidewalks and the lighting. So if we could do those streets in a way where we do the sidewalks, we do the lighting, and we build it in a way that wouldn't preclude a retrofit, because all that was being planned was pin curbs anyway. So if we could throw those pin curbs down, should there be a challenge to the legislation, and it takes a number of years to do this work anyway, we might not be as behind as we thought we were. So thank you very much for that.
Just Councillor, again, it's like drinking from the fire hose on this one.
Agree.
That's why we're pushing. And every time we think we're okay in our interpretation, suddenly the province comes back and hits us with a stick and says, where did you interpret that from? Who's your lawyer? So I'd hate to give the perception that we might be able to get away with something without going back and doing the appropriate digesting of the information, and they will come back and we'll have the full debate and discussion, and you have the assurances from the treasurer to hold that money until we could figure out what to do.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think that's really the only approach that makes sense right now in a really difficult situation. I just have a question because I'm wondering if the seasonal pedestrian enclosures that we did on side streets off of Bank last summer, the street seats, would that be threatened by this legislation too? Or do we just don't know?
Yeah. You could attempt, Jennifer, but if you don't know, that's probably the best answer at this point till we get clarity.
Yeah, there is some interpretations in terms of specific applications that we will be seeking clarity from the province from.
Okay, well, none of you will be surprised to hear my extreme disappointment in this legislation and my anger that we're being put in this position. It's very frustrating. These are projects that have been on the books. And again, there's lots of sunk costs, millions of dollars that have already gone into design and public consultation. And again, it's completely absurd to tell us we can't transform former rapid bus lanes into something else because the buses aren't on those roads anymore. We don't need them for that purpose. And also with O'Connor Bike Lane, it maintains an incredibly dangerous connection onto a very safe lane. And that merge is really terrifying. And so this stuff is life or death. You know, we've had 2 deaths at the corner of Elgin and Laurier. We're finally fixing that intersection. I will just register my anger and my frustration and my commitment to work with staff going forward to see what we can do to sort of hold these projects in trust or phase them in such a way that we're allowing a little bit of time for a potential change. And I am very happy to hear from staff that Gladstone Gilmore Bikeway is still good to go, maybe with a few slight modifications. So thank you, staff. I know this is brutal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I just want to give a shout out to Alain and his crew too, and Krista. She's literally been on the phone every day about these signs, speaking to the provincial bureaucracy because the rules seem to change every 5 seconds. And, you know, I'm glad they're remembering we're bilingual here now and all that great stuff, but it is a lot of work. So please thank Krista for us as well as we digest this. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Chair. I too can't even express my level of frustration at the situation we're all in. I think I'm expressing that on behalf of all of us. And it doesn't even really matter whether we're talking about if it's a bike lane or, you know, pedestrian improvements or a MUP that we're talking about. If our projects even slightly touched upon reduction of vehicle lanes, they're now in jeopardy. And I know for myself, I've got, as I said before, 4 projects that I don't think are going to be able to proceed under this new legislation. So, and one of them I started from the ground up, and it's taken me years to get it to this point. And we were on the verge of getting it started with my community. And now this piece of legislation has meant that it has stripped my community's ability to have a say on their own street away from them. And that just infuriates me beyond comprehension. Okay, so my question though is, and I'm not going to talk about specific projects, although I am thinking about my specific projects, is staff have indicated in their presentation and their conversations with us that they are going to relook at them all. They're going to work with us as councillors to see how they can either salvage anything from these projects. I'm thinking about the money though, and the word reallocate. I need staff right now today to confirm that money that is in these projects right now are going to be preserved for these projects until we can figure out what this means. And I say that because I'm thinking specifically of Saint Joseph. That street, both Councillor Luloff and I have worked incredibly hard to see any improvements to pedestrian safety, cycling safety, user safety. And I know that 1.55 million has been set aside for this. I want to see that money that was tagged for the East End stays in the East End. Can you please confirm that we're not going to see that reallocated without a full comprehensive discussion about how we can improve this streetscape within this new legislation?
Great job. Marcy has thrown her hand up over.
Yeah, thank you. It's a tough chair to sit here. So thank you, Chair. Absolutely. Our intention is to look at all of the projects comprehensively in terms of not only the projects that are in jeopardy and how we could design them to retain the project and let what the public was expecting to see as much of it move forward. But we're also going to be looking at our future project lists and how to best leverage funds under the Transportation Master Plan, given this legislative context. That is the scope of the report that would come back to this committee, and that is the third motion or the second motion that we're recommending here with this report.
Okay, because I've worked incredibly hard and long to see that money was allocated and that this particular project, as well as the other ones, were put in the TMP. And now we're here, and I'm looking around the table, and I know I'm speaking for all my colleagues. We all have projects that we've worked on, we've allocated money. So I need to know from staff it's not just going to be put into a big city pot and figured it out, as long as we can have that conversation. My other question though too, and again, I'm not going to try to get into specifics, but I think I'm probably reflecting a myriad of projects across the city. is if staff can please commit that when you're looking at trying to salvage these projects, that you're really leaving no stone unturned. You know, I know that a hydro post in the way doesn't mean it's the most perfect MUP in the world. I know that, you know, a bump in the you know, the right of way might mean that you have to maneuver the lane a little bit, or the sidewalk has to be reduced in size. Can we not be so absolutely specific in these projects? They don't have to be the Cadillac of projects. If I can get increased sidewalk width on St. Joseph, like if we can move them up around a hydro pole in order to preserve some semblance of safety and mobility for folks on these areas that were designated for projects, can staff please commit to looking outside the box, being a little creative, and working with us to see if we can get something on these streets?
Absolutely. Staff are very committed to working with councillors to, again, provide safe mobility options for residents, and we look forward to continuing those conversations.
Okay. I see the floor, Chair. I know I probably have a million more conversations, but I think that's going to take place over the course of these coming months. So I'll let my colleagues take over the conversation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas, and we're all you know, a lot of things we'll disagree on. I think this one's pretty unanimous on this one here. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, what a shock when the province pushes through legislation quickly without the opportunity for municipalities to give feedback, that you end up with so much ambiguity, so many questions, so many problems that come up. It's a shoot first and ask questions later kind of approach, and it's really harming Ottawa and other municipalities. I was curious about if staff have any comments on how this legislation might affect accessibility, and if there's any potential conflicts with our responsibilities under the AODA. Does the legislation address that, or do you have any concerns in that area?
So the legislation doesn't specifically address that. The concern that we would have is that if cycling projects in a particular corridor can't move forward, there is an increased likelihood, if there's higher traffic volumes, that cyclists may cycle on the sidewalk, and that does create accessibility challenges. And so, you know, certainly that's a concern.
I was thinking about a specific circumstance in my ward that may or may not be an issue. It involves where there's a current turning lane, and it's on Stittsville Main Street. And when we went through the redesign process to create the design, it was identified that the way the turning lane is currently configured, it was built in the 90s, probably wouldn't meet current accessibility requirements. So it'll be interesting to see, as you get more clarity from the province on what is or isn't in scope of a vehicle lane, how that might affect some of the design that we're doing. So I was going to echo what Councillor Trosser shared earlier about the reconfiguration of the bus transit lanes that are no longer needed. So I won't go over that again. I'm certainly going to raise this report with my MPP to ensure that he's aware of the issues raised. And I just, one thing that stood out to me in the report is staff's note about the doubling of cycling mode share from 2011 to 2022. And I appreciate that we heard from some cycling advocates today, but I really hope that drivers are aware of this as well, and the implications that if we're increasing mode share for cycling and other modes, we're taking cars off of the road. And this is going to have an impact on traffic downtown and in other parts of the city. When we, a few weeks ago, we had an opportunity for people to try out Robert Grant Avenue, a new segment that we kept closed to traffic for a day so that people could come out on bikes and walking and so on. And people came out in droves. When there's safe, protected infrastructure that people can cycle on, people will use it. And if we can shift even just a few more trips to the grocery store or to school, shift that out of a car and onto a bike, it has a huge impact on the number of vehicles and the traffic on the road. So I really hope that staff can continue their advocacy and we can get some more exemptions for Ottawa where it makes sense, and we can continue on the plans that we've worked a long time to put in place. Thanks, Chair.
Well said, Councillor Gower. Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at this legislation, I think that as we see in many situations, sort of what's happening in Toronto, we feel the consequences of that. And I don't disagree that in the heart of Toronto, when you add the cycling lanes, that congestion doesn't get any easier. And you have, you're not seeing cars leaving in that particular situation. So I understand it's a very difficult situation when you have a very limited roadway and you want to try and serve as many people as possible. I think we're lucky in some of the suburban areas where we do have the space so we can accommodate. I look at the Bank Street project we're doing. We've got enough space we can accommodate all users there. If anything, this legislation did, I thought, brought some transparency to the work we're doing. I was a little surprised that there was some 50-some projects out of 120 that were implicated. I don't know if we have that particular altitude view of the effect this is having in our city. When we did the TMP, the destination survey said that more and more people are cycling, more people are walking. The suburbs are becoming more self-sufficient and at the expense of transit in many cases. But that to me sounded like a lot. And where I worry, because I won't bring up the debate here on cars versus bikes or what have you, I think where we would agree is on transit. And each and every transit commission meeting, we're hammered on reliability. And the issue that comes up is the biggest factor in that reliability is congestion. Some of it is temporary for construction and other times it's not. It's just kind of the nature of some of the tighter parts of our city. So my question is, when you plan these projects, what is the emphasis that you put on transit to ensure that as a priority that the buses can move through there quickly? And again, you may be limited in what we can do for all people through that area. But I hope we agree that we have to deal with those tight spots for transit because those routes keep coming up each and every time. And we're talking finally about, well, maybe we need to put some jump lanes in. Maybe we need to provide some greater capacity for the buses to go through there, but you need the space to do that, right? And what is the thinking when you look at these projects that, no, we're going to put busing first so that we can deal with the reliability issue that we see at every transit committee meeting? Thanks.
Yes, through the chair. So on any transportation project that we do, we really take a multimodal view of the project. And so it's not a cycling project where the cyclists are the only focus. It's really a multidisciplinary approach. We bring in colleagues from OC Transpo, we bring in colleagues from traffic services, from road maintenance. It's a very multidisciplinary effort to really understand the impacts of the projects and all of the different users of the facility. Of the 53 projects that you mentioned, some of those will be very small impacts, just isolated intersections. Some of them will be more significant, but in each of those cases, there would be a very comprehensive traffic analysis done to understand what the impacts would be and to actually make sure that we can provide a good level of mobility through those locations, and certainly prioritizing transit and improving transit travel time and reliability. That is a key priority for all of the projects that we work on. So we're very cognizant of not introducing, improving one mode at the expense of another mode.
Okay, thank you. I think there is sometimes a perception from folks, and some people may call it populism, that other people's modal choice is being affected by the bike lanes going in. And I look at the intersection work we did at Riverside River and Hunt Club. We did a lot for pedestrian and cycling through there, I'll admit, and it's a good thing, but I don't think we did anything really for the road. And I was late to the party on that project. So I think we really have to be careful where we do have the space and the capacity that we should be trying to serve all users. And again, I know it's tougher in the tighter parts of the city, in the downtown, but in areas like that, I think we have to really try and respond to all the service needs and put priority, again, to transit, since we're having a tough time with reliability. Thank you.
Good points, Councillor DeRoche. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thanks to staff for all their work on this. I know it's been a slog and a lot has come at you very quickly. I have a project that was highlighted on the the slideshow, it's the Daze cycling facilities. Now it's a smaller project than some of the others my colleagues have mentioned, but it's one that the community's been excited about and working on the design for the past 2 years. And it's a really important connection between a beautiful pathway system that we have that's all protected and off the road, and it links up to the South Keys Transit Station. I got an email saying that it was on hold indefinitely until we had gone through this legislation, and that it was likely going to incur significant costs to continue the project. So it was property acquisition, construction costs, redesign. And I guess I'm just wondering, through this process, I imagine that in order to continue a number of these projects, that there's going to be cost escalations, and how finance staff are going to work with transportation planning staff to ensure the viability of these projects. Are we going to be look at increasing the envelopes for some of these projects, and how would we do that?
So I think at this point, we're still in the early days of looking at the impacts to the projects and understanding what the cost implications would be. And it will be very different for each project. And as I mentioned, some projects may actually have a cost reduction in them that are currently in the planning phase because of elements that can't move forward. Some projects may have a cost increase, and we will have to go back and look at the budgets that we have and see what can be accommodated within those, and come up with a plan moving forward. And today I don't have the answer on what that will look like, but that work does need to be done.
And if I can just top it up there as well, I mean, that's part of the work we got to do. I mean, we're all in this situation where this is being forced on us. So that's the work we need to do. And like Jennifer said, there could be escalation, there could be de-escalation. So right now it's too early to, ring the fire alarm, if you will. That's the work we got to do. And that's the work that I'll be working with Marcia and team over the next couple of months to come back to committee with.
And then I guess what I'm concerned about is, because my project in particular is a smaller project, but a really important connection, is that if the cost escalates significantly, what's the formula that staff will be used to determine whether or not there's enough value in this project to move forward or not, and that it's not just too cost prohibitive?
At this point, I don't think we have a formula that we would be looking at. We're really going to be looking at what projects are cost effective and the value for the investment. And we know that there are some very short links that are very, very impactful for communities that may have a higher price tag. Certainly those would continue to be prioritized, but it will, again, it's going to take going back, looking at the projects, looking at the impacts individually, and then making an assessment of which projects are priorities to move forward, which ones we would recommend pausing for the current time, and what other projects we could potentially advance in place of projects that we may recommend against moving forward. So again, it's too early to say the impacts for individual projects, but it will be looked at on a project by project basis, and it's not necessarily the size of the project that's going to be a determining factor.
And then are staff going to be making a clear calculation of what our throwaway costs are as a result of this legislation? I know we talk about throwaway costs a lot these days. I'd like to know how much sunk costs for each individual project that's been impacted, and then a total calculation so that it's very transparent for the public and for the province to see how much that we've invested already in these projects. Is that something staff could take as direction to provide that?
I would just say that will be challenging to do in some cases, depending on where the project is in the design process and how much we are able to take advantage of existing work that's underway versus going back. I would perhaps also ask the infrastructure services team if they have any insight for projects that are currently in design. It's a little bit different for us in the planning because we're still very much working through concepts, but I'll maybe ask if anyone in infrastructure services for design projects has any information additional to add.
Chair, maybe I don't want to jump ahead of Tammy, but from a finance perspective, what we do is no different than any other process that we follow. Like where these things are, I'll call it forced on us, we make sure that we track what we can track. So we have that tally, and we're always going to go back. There's no difference. Like when a direct bill came through a few years ago, we tracked all the costs. Similar to the ASC scenario, we're tracking all that costs. And those are things where we can, we're going to have that tally sheet there. And that's stuff that we'll report back to council at the right report time and make sure that, our provincial governments above us is aware of the cost implications to the system.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to echo the comments that my colleagues have already shared with respect to how disappointing this is. We've worked really hard on a lot of projects within our communities, and it's frustrating to just sort of see the rug pulled away from us, and how this will impact future projects that we've had on the docket for a while as well. So thanks so much to staff for this presentation and the opportunity to engage on it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bradley. So I'll go to committee member Devine, and then we have committee member Johnson, and then I'll get to you, T.
Thank you, Chair. So very similar sympathies and concerns as my other colleagues. I'm like I said, I'm certainly concerned for colleagues. For example, Councillor Dudas, who's been working with her community for several years on some projects, and those projects stand to be lost. I know that I'm looking to address confusion, like in my ward, without naming them, because I'd hate for somebody in the province to just come after them and look for them. But we've been working on several active transportation projects where we are very, very intentionally not taking away a vehicle lane. What we were looking to do was to take advantage of underused parking lanes. And after having done studies, these parking lanes were not being used nearly to their full capacity. We thought, great, there's a way we can put a bike lane and not be in contravention. But then we learned that just because where that bike lane might go through an intersection, that might put it at jeopardy. And so that's the level of chaos that we're dealing with here. And so Jennifer, that we brought a motion during the TMP, and one of the motions we brought was to have staff start evaluating projects through different metrics, to use people-based metrics as opposed to vehicle-based metrics, where the goal is how can we get as many people through space as possible, as opposed to how many individual carriers of people through space. With the population growing as it is, our goal should be mass mobility. So I just want to clarify, is staff aware of any research at all to suggest that the addition or presence of bike lanes would cause more traffic than vehicle themselves, or that would add to congestion?
To the chair, I'm not aware of any research.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't think that I'm aware of research one way or the other, but it is something we can certainly look into as part of our review in Q2.
I think you'd be wasting your time if you're looking for that research, honestly. Every indication that I have is if you can get, like I was watching a video today of a bus in a dedicated bus lane just sailing by traffic. And so whether it's getting more people onto transit or having more people on little nimble vehicles that can just, get through that bike lane faster, it seems like that's the pathway, the evidence-based pathway to address our congestion needs and our growing population's mobility needs. Thank you, Chair, and I look forward to working with staff on some clever innovations to some programs my office is working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I find this an interesting situation because, of course, with the province enacting this bill, it doesn't necessarily change any of the policies that have governed and informed this transportation master plan. So what I'm hearing is that staff will still be working to, design projects that are in line with the city's policies, with the restrictions that the provincial government has put on those designs. I wonder if there is a possibility that we would see the city taking more space up in the right of way as a solution to some of these problems. Is that one of the opportunities that would still be on the table for the city?
Great. Our GM.
To the chair, I would, that's definitely part of the conversation. I mean, when we look at this in a comprehensive way and come back with the report to this committee in the new year, we're going to be looking at cost implications of any opportunities, as well as the relative prioritization that we've put to cycling projects. There are something like 70 projects in the master plan that are not affected by this legislation at all. But the assumptions in the modeling about what we put higher or lower had to do with a number of factors and did not incorporate this new legislation, obviously, because we didn't know about it. So we want to take a look, and it might be that expropriation or widening is the right way to go. It might be that we spend the money in different areas and we reorder the cycling projects. We need to look at what's happening in terms of the integrated projects and where we can take advantage of opportunities with our colleagues in infrastructure, on road work. And we also need to look at where public realm, further to the conversations that Councillor Troster and Councillor Dudas were raising about public realm efforts and what could be done to support roads that maybe is part of the intention of the project and not the full project. So we're going to look at all of that in this next review and come back with some suggestions and some evidence-based recommendations for you.
Thank you for that. I understand that there's several criteria that will inform, what the new projects are moving forward. I ask particularly about more actions in the right of way, because I think that, at least in my experience over the last little while with some of the projects that are coming to College Ward, impacts in the right of way are very quickly noticed by residents and are not often welcome. In this case, if we were to be put in a position where we had to, regardless of cost, I don't want to get too much into the idea of expropriation because that does balloon a cost and possibly knock a project off the list. So I'm not suggesting that, but just generally speaking, if we're talking about eating a couple feet into someone's front lawn instead of having to go towards the center of a road, I think residents should be taking notice of that. I know that the resistance that I've seen in my neighborhoods around that type of solution has been very strong. And so for those residents who, want to get engaged on this issue, these are the trade-offs that the city is going to be asking itself. And I don't think it's going to be a solution where the city throws out some policy, that our staff have over a number of years consulted on and studied thoroughly to come to the conclusion of the TMP. What I'm anxious of in this situation is that it might be understood that the city's TMP is unfounded, that the province's interpretation is out of line. I think we need to be doing, as we are today at committee, a very strong unified front to suggest that these types of investments are not just for residents today, but they're for residents 75 years from now that we've not yet met yet. They're for our children's children and for a world that we can't conceive of yet. And so we may be having to, make choices now that are uncomfortable for residents to preserve the policies that we all voted on in 2023 and 2025, and for which I was extremely proud to support, as I know many of my colleagues, all of my colleagues around the table were proud to do so. So I just, I wasn't planning to speak today, but I really wanted to unequivocally support a city staff, to support the policies that are driving multimodal share, and to, really reaffirm, as many of us had, our commitment to defending all transportation users moving forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. And yeah, it's frustrating. I think we all want answers right now, but we just received it. And that's why we have to give the bit of latitude to staff as they're digesting it and working with other municipalities, by the way, because we're all saying the same thing. I've spoken to many people throughout Ontario, and we're all going, what does this interpretation is not a good word, and we want to be correct in our assumptions. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for their analysis of Bill 60. I feel like I dodged a couple of bullets in terms of Bay Ward because we're getting infrastructure for Richmond Road in two different places, and that's already in progress. So I understand and have checked on it that that will still happen. It doesn't fit under the restrictions of Bill 60, and that is the complete street, which is being done as we speak, and coming up another section of Richmond Road, which is going from Pinecrest to Bay Shore. And I understand that that's okay as well, partly because it's not taking a lane of traffic. It already was just a 2-lane road. It just had these crazy wide shoulders that nobody could tell if it was a sidewalk or a parking spot or a bike lane or whatever. So we're going to make better use of those spaces. My concern is the gaps, because we're going to have big gaps. For example, if you take Richmond Road between Pinecrest and the next section of Richmond Road, which is crossing a very angular intersection of Carling, there's just, it's very unsafe. So we've got, these are things that needed a lot of work if we wanted to make safe cycling infrastructure. This is the issue with cycling is we build stuff, but we're always going to have gaps because we do from X to X. That's my concern, is particularly at intersections. We just put in the Queensview bike lane, and then just it's poof, it disappears at Pinecrest. And bikes don't disappear, but the lane does. So how is it going to be tackled for intersections, particularly? Because that's the most dangerous part for cyclists.
Through the chair. Yes, we recognize that intersections and other gaps are an area of concern for people that are cycling, and it is something that we will look at over the coming months when we reevaluate all of the different projects and the impacts of Bill 60. So we will be evaluating with an eye to maintaining connectivity, where we can do that, where are the key gaps, where are the locations that might require a little bit more investment to try to get over a particular gap, if that's available and possible.
Thank you. I see that bus lanes are not affected by these changes. Is that correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, there is currently no restriction against removing a vehicle lane to provide a bus lane. However, there is that opportunity for the province. They've left the door open to introduce regulations that could provide additional prescribed purposes, is what they call it in the legislation, that they've left the door open at that. But for now, that is not prohibited.
Yeah, ouch. And in some cases, it ties in with cycle infrastructure, like that, for example, cycles can use the bus lanes. We're looking at that. That's been looked at for Carling Avenue, which was supposed to be done 7 years ago and is still not happening. Frankly, I'm constantly being asked about that for both bike lanes and cycle infrastructure. And of course, this is very discouraging. But in the meantime, people are riding on sidewalks. It's not going to go away. That's rampant. And I think it has to be pointed out that it's not the spandex crowd who's going out on bikes. It's people that are trying to live in a way that is more affordable, and they use their bike to get around. So I think that there's still this mentality that it's for an elite crowd, but it isn't. Cyclists are often people who are low income, and I see it, and they need that infrastructure, and they tend not to have a voice. So I want to make sure that they're heard, because that's a big demographic that we're missing. It's not all people riding to their office. It's people just trying to get around. So I just had to add that. But yeah, I was particularly worried about intersections and the gaps that we're going to have. It's obviously a problem we're going to have across the city. I use the infrastructure a lot. And I know the routes off by heart. I look for the safest ones. And there's still gaps, and I'm hoping that we can work together. But boy, this is discouraging. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing nothing further, I just wanted to close out and say, yeah, I think we're all very concerned, obviously. TMP Part 1 there's a lot of things based on active transportation. So over the next couple of months, Godspeed as we digest a lot of what's happened. When it comes to sidewalks, everyone loves sidewalks, so that's good news. Hopefully we can at least still keep building our sidewalks unless the province changes their mind in the future. But the other thing too is obviously we're talking when the provincial term ends, just a reminder, they increased their terms. Now they're 5 years. So yeah, so at the same time, there's a lot to think about during this entire process. So saying that there is one minor change, I'll get Councillor Troster to read in. It's approved by staff.
Yeah, the change is just whereas the Albert between Bay Street and Elgin is indicated just because there's actually 2 projects going on Albert, but that's the final text of the motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. Is this carried? Thank you. We'll move on to the budget item, and that was a great discussion. Oh, and so that was the motion, and on the report, is the report carried? There. That's why Marcella keeps me in line here. Okay, we'll move on to the budget item. Bringing all the big guns here, right? I love the raising of the hands.
We all have that elementary school instinct.
That's right. That's right. So I think this is what we're going to do. You know what? We have a good, robust slideshow presentation. You're going to understand how powerful and big this committee is Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, the backbone of Ottawa. So I think we'll turn it over to Marcia and the gang and Cyril and Alain and Tammy to give that presentation. Then we'll go to the roadmap motion. Then we'll go to delegations, questions to staff, and then hopefully we'll wrap this up today. That being said, I turn the floor over to your wonderful staff today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. I'll start off by saying the Chair is right. I think this is the committee with the most big guns, as you say, at the table. Earlier this week, CSSD had the largest budget. This is the one where we have the most departments involved. So it is a big budget in terms of where it's spread. And I'm joined today by my colleagues, Tammy, Alain, and Marcia, to go through the presentation. You can go to the next slide. I'll kick it off and then we'll pass it over to the respective GM for their area. So as you've seen through the other committees, if you've been at the other committees, this year we've got a consistent process. The slide deck is pretty consistent from committee to committee. I'll go over a little bit of an overview of what's in the budget at a high level, talk about the operating capital budget, and then we'll kind of go into the service areas that impact this overall committee. So next slide, please. So for this committee, the gross budget is $515 million. Also, what I've been doing throughout the committee meetings this year is I've been kind of speaking to the actual growth year over year for the respective committee. This one's actually flat, and don't be alarmed by that. And there's a reason behind that. When you look at planning, we've seen a 3.5% increase, EPS at a 7.34% increase, transit at a 10.8% increase, and CSSD earlier this week at a 6.4%. This one is flat if you look at the comparison of 2026 budget to 2025 budget in the details, but that's because there's a number of one-time things that you're seeing in this budget that the others didn't. For example, new this year, which is the transition of 3.6 million to the ditching program. So previously in previous years, the ditching program was an operating thing. Coming out of the rural summit and coming out of the water rate review, the endorsement from council was that we would establish a ditching capital program. And what that allows us to do is allows us to make sure that we don't, we can roll money forward in terms of needs. So that was previously in Public Works operating budget, so that comes out. On the fleet side, we've had a number of efficiencies in fleet in the past number of years. We do allocate that savings across the board, but in the gross budget, you see all the savings here. So again, that's about $2 million. So when you factor in those types of one-off things, this budget is actually going up by 3%. So it's not like it's a flat or a cutting budget, by no means, still reinvestments. The recoveries and allocations, this is mainly made up of three things. It's a big number. So again, sticking on the theme of fleet. So from a fleet perspective, we take care of all the costs associated with the city fleet, over 2,500 units. Then we allocate that out. So that allocation comes out below the gross line. The other component there is in the land shop, in traffic services and road services. I'm going into the weeds a little bit here, but it's not a bad education. The recoveries and allocations in those two shops, we do work orders. So we actually do costs at the activity level. So we track winter operations costs by sidewalk, snow removal, residential clearing, et cetera. So that kind of comes out as a credit in your recoveries. If you were to go to the roads template, just above that line, you'll see an internal cost line. That's where all the cost goes back in. So it's kind of like it's a process thing in the back end, but just for kind of a little bit of education. Then, of course, on the revenue stream is mainly there from parking, in terms of parking revenues and some other revenues in traffic services. On the FTE side, so there's no FTE growth in this budget. There wasn't a need for additional FTEs. And then on the capital side, we do have a $881 million capital program this year. And again, new this term of council is we've introduced the climate change lens on projects. New for this budget, from feedback from prior years, in the transmittal report, one of the supporting documents, what we've done is basically we summarized all the capital projects. So you can refer to that supporting document, and you'll see, if you refer to the PWIC committee section, you'll see all the projects in terms of minor or moderate or major contribution to climate change. Next slide. So again, this is just kind of a breakdown by the various service areas. I won't go through every little detail, but like as I previously mentioned, different service areas are going up and down depending on in terms of the needs and the priorities. So again, largest one being in road services, obviously. That's the most dominant service area within this committee, followed by traffic services and fleet services. Next slide, please. On the capital side, so this is where all the money is allocated from a funding perspective, and then by category, as you can see in the center of the donut is where we break down the renewal versus growth. The growth is the biggest portion in this budget, and that's largely driven by development charges. There is one big project that you'll see in the details, and that's the Bayside Huron Transitway. That one is just over $230 million. That one is assuming to get Canadian public transit funding. So if you read that narrative, the biggest component of that budget is funded by the Canadian Public Transit Fund. That's a new fund from the federal level. In that narrative, there's a caveat there. That project only proceeds if we get the money. So right now, we don't have assurance that that money is there. The application's in the process. So again, it only proceeds if we get the commitment and the funding to support that. On the reserve side, so it's on the $281 million there, that's basically all the cash that we transfer out. And that money comes from the citywide capital reserve, fleet as its own reserve for fleet, parking as its own reserve for parking. So there's a couple of different reserves that kind of funds the overall reserve cash side of the equation. Next slide. This is just basically how that capital budget is allocated across the various departments. Again, transit services at $317 million. That's mainly that one baseline project that I talked about. Transportation services, this is where you see all the large growth type projects. And then, of course, on the top, you see the fleet services and the integrated works program down the next slide. On the efficiency side, so when I tabled the budget, I did speak to the just shy of $45 million efficiencies in this budget, and then the total accumulation of $250+ million. In this committee, there's just shy of $3 million, so $2.88 million in terms of the efficiencies that you'll see here. And this is the distribution on the fleet side. That's mainly driven from fuel. So again, we're seeing fuel savings from the carbon tax. There are some other efficiencies which I'll speak to on the next slides. The workforce management strategy. So again, as I talked about at other committees, this is really in the past 2-3 years, we've had a discretionary spending freeze, which you'll see the discretionary savings that's driven from there. Really, that's the savings that we're garnishing from, lower costs from travel, office supplies, et cetera. We look at historical averages in terms of where we've been under budget, so we're realigning those budgets. On the workforce management savings side, again, what we do is we budget for the full year complement of FTEs. So if the city's got 17,000 FTEs, we create a budget where we're going to pay those FTEs for the entire year, so January through December. Then we implemented what we called a gapping provision back in the 2015, 2016 timeframe, where effectively, corporately, there was a 3% gapping provision. And what that was a credit to the comp line. So we know that if someone leaves the organization, it typically takes 6 to 8 weeks to replace that individual, depending on the skill set required. In the last couple of years, we've been closely watching that line. The external market, the conditions in the workforce have really changed, and we're seeing those savings kind of a little higher. And I spoke about this in the previous quarterly reports, disposition reports, where we garnish more savings from there. So this year, what we've done is we added a 0.5% gapping to the overall target. As a reminder, we do not corporately allocate a 3% to everybody. It works out to be about 3% overall. When you look at frontline services, like in the land shop, obviously if a snowplow operator leaves tomorrow, we got to get that one staffed ASAP, because if it snows, we need staff to drive the plows. So operational requirements is obviously first. So we staff those as ASAP. Where there's not a direct service impact, or where there's a little bit longer to find a specific skill set. If I look in my organization, when you talk about cyber skills, IT skills, even some cases finance skills, it takes a little longer to find the right skill set for that. So overall, what we've seen from a actual perspective to budget, there's savings there, and that's why you see savings on that line. Next slide. So you can go ahead to the next slide. So I'm now going to give you a little bit of an overview from a fleet services perspective. So again, overall, in terms of fleet services, it really contributes to one of the term of council priorities, in that a city that is green and resilient. The green fleet strategy was before committee earlier this year and approved. And as a reminder, that strategy is a very agile type strategy. The commitment from fleet services and finance and corporate services department is basically operational requirements first. And then we go to the green technology, where the green technology can fit the operation. So by no means will we have a plan to transition all the fleet to electric by such and such date. It's a really agile approach, ensuring that if the technology exists and can do the operations required, then we entertain the greenest vehicle or the greenest option where feasible. We work closely with the operations department to ensure that it meets the operations, and then we always go green first if those check boxes are checked. Going into 2026, we do have 276 green units, 87 fully electric, and 189 are hybrid. Also, as part of the worth mentioning is we did receive a grant. So grants come out all the time. We're very active across the organization. Wherever there's a grant, wherever there's a program, we have staff always monitoring. We did get $430K from the National Resources Canada Zero Emissions Vehicle Infrastructure Program, which we received, which we gladly approve and applaud. We're actually, I had a conversation this morning actually with Neil, one of our fleet managers, on hydrogen technologies. So we're going to be moving forward with trying some pilots on hydrogen technology. So basically, there's units out there that we can purchase for about $10K that kind of bolts onto the systems, the fuel system, and they can self-generate their own hydrogen. So it's for $10K. We're working closely with the climate change team to make sure that the impacts and the reductions are there. So we're going to start piloting some of that early in the new year, in terms of where those vehicles can use in the fleet and where it doesn't impact operations. So it's something exciting to look forward to. Next slide, please. Some highlights in 2025. I think it was back in 2024 timeframe. We came forward with a little bit of a transformational fleet strategy, if you will, in terms of really looking at how we do things differently. I've talked about this before in terms of the relife of graders. What does that mean? These are the big pieces of equipment that you see in the wintertime, or even in the rural area in the summer, fall time doing roads, the massive grader. So basically, we're able to do a refurbish on those, and we save about $250K per unit. So if purchasing those new units costs about $750 plus, we can send those back to a local, again, so back to a local vendor in the area, do a complete refresh for about $250K cheaper, and effectively we get a brand new unit. So that's something that we're doing differently. So 4 that were done in last year. We're actually doing another thing that Lila has been working very closely with Pierre in terms of the paramedic vehicles, emergency response vehicles. They do have some provincial legislation where they're required to replace those. I think it's 54 months, but there's still life left in those vehicles. So that's some of the vehicles, like you see the paramedic SUVs, the Ford Explorer. Where those still have life, we're actually taking those back, refitting them and putting them back into the stream. So we can redeploy those into bylaw as an example. So there's still life left in them. So we're trying to maximize the value of the unit to get the best value out of them as opposed to buying new vehicles. Again, some initiatives that are coming up, we are doing a deep dive review in terms of our long-term rentals. So again, from an operational requirement perspective, if a unit goes down, we do need to get out and get a rental unit. So we're doing a deep dive review of what we currently have in our fleet in terms of rental units and doing a little bit of a business case to find the optimal level where if there's a savings to be had, we'll return to rental and we'll purchase the vehicle, because if there's a need for the use of it, then it was better for us to own the vehicle as opposed to renting it on a regular basis. Next slide, please. This slide's actually exciting. It's not technically not directly budget related per se, but it kind of is, because the fleet they do a lot of hard work. And it relates to CVOR, which is the Commercial Vehicle Operators Registration. So we've actually fallen below 20%, and that's a significant milestone over the years that the team has really invested, put a lot of attention and focus into the overall training program. And this is we've received this back in November, and it really is a milestone worth mentioning, worth acknowledging, because as you can appreciate, with the very diverse services that we offer across the city and the requirements on operational level, this is something that's, can be a challenge. But the team has worked closely with all departments in terms of that training, education. So it's really been about a training educational approach as opposed to a disciplinary type approach. And we're finally seeing the success of that. If you look at the curve on the graph in 2012, 2013, where it really peaked. So we're finally seeing the successes, I guess, or fruit of the fruitions of all the effort that we put in that. So I would be remiss without acknowledging the entire safety team and Lila in terms of all the great work that we've done, and even across the organization in terms of supporting the departments and the departments supporting us as we roll out these various training initiatives. With that, I'll now pass it over to Tammy. You can go to the next slide.
Thank you, Cyril. Good morning, Chair and members of committee. Very happy to be here with you this morning. I'll be presenting our infrastructure and water services draft capital projects for the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. We're already at the next slide. Excellent. The draft 2026 budget for infrastructure and water services is valued at over $316 million and supports the city's priority of a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options. The draft budget includes $239.6 million for integrated programs that coordinate the renewal of roads, water mains, storm sewers, sanitary sewers, and other related infrastructure within a single project. Together, they extend asset life, ensure safe mobility, modernize core infrastructure, and enhance climate resiliency across Ottawa's transportation and underground networks. The draft budget also includes $70 million in road resurfacing and $16 million in pavement preservation treatments. Together, these investments will be allocated to about 153 different locations across the city. The draft budget also includes funding for other programs, such as the sidewalk and curb rehabilitation at $13.5 million and $43.1 million in rehab work on bridges and bridge culverts within the city's right-of-way. Continuous improvement is a core value in infrastructure and water services, and we'd like to highlight some initiatives underway for 2026. The first being the City Rover pilot for road condition assessments. The City Rover system is a vehicle-mounted data collection platform that's used to capture visual and spatial information about municipal road infrastructure. Through this pilot, we will be testing how AI technologies can support monitoring, generate and automate reporting, and identify issues in real time. This is an exciting pilot initiative that positions the city as a leader in applying Canadian-built AI solutions to strengthen asset management and infrastructure planning, and supports the city's strategic priority to improve key infrastructure through asset management. In 2024, Infrastructure Services implemented a continuous improvement process that augments our existing quality management system for project delivery. To date, over 200 opportunities have been identified by staff, with 60 that have been implemented. These improvements have contributed to improving the efficiency and effectiveness of our processes. En 2024, les services d'infrastructure ont mis
In 2024, Infrastructure Services put in place a continual improvement process for project realization. 200 improvement potential has been identified. This improvement has allowed us to improve the performance of our processes.
Services commitment to quality and continuous improvement in the work we do every day. And finally, our teams have systems in place to maximize readiness and adaptability to ensure efficient spending on infrastructure projects. For example, the road renewal contracts are coordinated in a way that ensures these tenders are posted ahead of the construction season and typically result in more competitive bids. This is one of many examples that reflects the depth of our cross-departmental collaboration and our shared commitment to the stewardship of the city's infrastructure. With that, I'd like to pass the presentation over to Alain.
Merci beaucoup, Tammy. Good morning. So I'm going to be covering three areas within Public Works: parking services, traffic services, and road services. And with me are Heidi and Stuart from Traffic Services, in case I get into questions that I'm not able to answer. Also Quentin Levesque from the Director of Roads and Parking Services, and Scott Caldwell with Parking Services. So next slide. If we start with parking services, we do maintain a fairly extensive on-site and on-street parking facilities across the city, also an extensive network of bike parking facilities. And 2025 has been a very busy year on the parking front. We moved to demand-based pricing for on-street parking. We have extended basically our on-street pay parking zones to include Kitchissippi. We also expanded the parking times to evenings and Saturdays on weekends. So certainly a lot of activity in terms of changes related to parking. A couple of items that I did want to highlight, and we're not expecting any big changes as part of this budget. But there's a couple of areas that I did want to indicate is that we are proceeding, as we shared with council previously, with the replacement of our on-street parking units. So we have a contract that's a tender that's currently out on the street, with the expectation that basically starting in 2026, we're going to be replacing those units. So there is money in this budget to start paying basically for those replacements. We're also maintaining the 400,000 that we've been investing over the last few years in secured bike parking. So that remains part of the budget. And one of the service improvement that we're looking at that I wanted to highlight is our continued piloting of vehicle-mounted license plate detection. And the focus here is for us to support the demand-based pricing. We're always looking at basically how much is the parking spaces being used, especially the on-street, and what is the turnover. Traditionally, those are more manual exercises where staff are having to go out and manually collect that information. So we're actually testing out technology that helps to basically facilitate that data collection. So it makes basically our operations more efficient, but it also allows us to be more adaptable in terms of addressing the needs of the business community to make sure that basically our parking rates reflect that turnover requirement that's there to support our businesses. So moving to the next, probably the next two slides, focusing on traffic services. So certainly no lack of excitement in traffic in 2025. From a budget perspective, I'll get to the bigger impact related to ASC in the next slide. But I did want to focus on a few elements. I know that for committee, there's been certainly a lot of demands in recent years in terms of new streetlights, in terms of having a new streetlight program. Last year was the first year that we started putting funds towards the new streetlight program. There was 250,000 that was put into capital. This year, what you're seeing in the budget is 500,000 that's added to the budget, and the expectation is that when you look at the forecast, is next year we'll be looking at 750, and then $1 million in that subsequent year. So the intent is to start to build basically that program, and as we build the program, we're going to be able to get into more extensive programs related to addressing a lot of the needs that we have in terms of new street lighting. So the distinction here is when you look at the budget is we do have funds to maintain the existing street lights that we have. This is to address where we don't have street lights, and we're basically providing new installations. Despite the impacts to the automated speed enforcement, there's two key programs that are being preserved in the budget. One is related to new signalized intersections. So typically our base budget is 2.7 million. What you're seeing is basically closer to 5.7 million as part of this budget for new signalized intersections. Pedestrian crossings is also always a key concern for this committee. So we're actually seeing an increase from what is typically a base of around 500,000 to closer to 2.6 million for pedestrian crossings. One other piece that we've also had previously committed in terms of service improvement was to revisit our traffic calming programs. I know that is always a topic of discussion with councillors because we have a temporary traffic calming program and we have a neighborhood traffic calming program. And what we've seen is with the increase in funding in the temporary traffic calming program, there's an increased desire to see more permanent measures being installed. So we've made good progress on that in 2025. We expect to be able to provide an update in 2026 in terms of what you can expect to see different moving forward. This is a program that's not necessarily focused on cost savings. It's really more around the efficiency of the program. And we continue with, even though we're not reporting as much on it, we continue with the street light conversion. Our main street lights have been converted to LED. Now we're into more pedestrian lighting, pathway lighting, but this is an area that we continue to see ongoing efficiencies, especially when it comes to power consumption. So next slide. I know that we spent basically a good part of the morning talking about Bill 60, and this is about Bill 56. That really removed the city's ability to leverage automated speed enforcement. So we're working with Cyril. We've been able to secure some of the programs in terms of the new traffic control signals, the PXOs, the temporary traffic calming, and the school crossing guards. But anything else right now that would have been funded from ASC is essentially on hold until we can come back in 2026 with a better understanding in terms of what are the remaining funds that are available and then what is the program that we can deliver. So typically we would be providing a road safety action plan. A road safety action plan would provide details around the funding that's available and how it's going to be allocated. Given the changes, we're still working through that. So you're not seeing the road safety action plan now. That will be coming back in Q1 of 2026. You will see an item in the budget, in the capital item for road safety action plan of 15 million. That is on hold. That number will change. It's just that we have not been able to work through those revised numbers. So our commitment is to come back in the first quarter to be able to provide you with an update. And then finally, moving to the next probably 2 slides is road services. So in terms of road services, just to move to the next couple of slides. Perfect. Thank you. So I think to Cyril's point, I think the key thing here is when you look at the budget for road services, you will see, I think it's around 1.7% increase. I think the reason why the context there is the reason why that increase is lower is because of that shift from operating to capital for ditch maintenance that Cyril indicated. So otherwise, that percentage would actually be higher. We are seeing increases in the budget for road maintenance. We're seeing about a $3 million increase for winter maintenance, bringing our current budget, gross budget to $103 million. And a lot of those investments are focused in areas where we continue to see pressures related to our sidewalks. So a lot of those increases in terms of winter maintenance are really directed towards sidewalk maintenance. Couple of items also in terms of technology piece. One of them that I wanted to highlight because it demonstrates basically the innovation of the team. What we've seen through, I think over the last probably 3 or 4 years is a big shift in terms of where we're focusing in terms of our attention related to the maintenance of our networks. And a lot of that has been around sidewalks. We have a lot more resources that are deployed now to sidewalk. And now we're into also ensuring that basically we address the pedestrian safety, but also the environmental impacts of the salt use that we have on sidewalks. Traditionally, sidewalk units we've not been able to track the amount of salt that's being used as we do on a road plow. Our road plows basically have a lot of sophistication in terms of basically how the salt is actually applied, the rates that are being applied. Everything is closely monitored. The team has actually been working with the industry to develop units to be able to be applied to sidewalk units. So we're starting to pilot those on a few units this year, and we expect to start rolling that out more broadly over the next coming years. And this is one where we're getting national attention in terms of other cities basically approaching us now to understand basically how we've been able to work with the industry, how we've been able to adapt our equipment and to be able to move this forward. So definitely a very significant accomplishment for the team, and I think a lot of benefits for the environment. And with that, I will pass it on to my colleague, Marcia.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start talking about some initiatives we have in the transportation planning section. If you want to forward the slide, please. So we're making a series of investments in major roads and transit projects. And I just want to preface my comments that most of the work in this space is multi-year in nature. So we have a very ambitious work plan for 2026, some of which you're not going to see in this budget because it was actually funded in previous years. And so the cumulative impact is quite significant. But what we're going to focus on here is the new pieces that get added into the budget. We've outlined, I would also say that this year we took a lens to maximize, working with Cyril and his team, to maximize where we have development charge revenue. So growth-related projects was another focus in terms of how we identified projects, leveraging the newly approved transportation master plan this year. The Green Bank Road widening realignment is a project that is moving into its second phase. What you're going to see notably this year is the construction of the new bridge over the Jock River, which will address some safety issues that we know we have. The Carp Road widening, this is the project that moves the road from 2 to 4 lanes. 26 is really focused on the section around Hazeldean Road and Carp Road intersection, and that is a construction project. Stittsville Main Street Extension, this is funding is going to advance the design work with the construction coming in future years. Brian Coburn Boulevard widening. This is about $26, or pardon me, the 2026 budget dollars are really going to focus on advancing the design so that we'll be construction ready in future years. The intersection control measures and network modifications. This is a program that works on a number of projects across the city. It funds things like new or extended turn lanes, changes in traffic control, really things that are intended to defer or avoid more costly road projects. Baseline Heron Transitway. This is a project that is in the budget because it is the highest priority transitway from our transportation master plan that is construction ready, as in has all the design work complete. And so it's in the budget. So we earmark some funds should we be successful in the transit funding we're trying to get from the federal government. That federal government funding is 10-year funding, and we're putting many projects forward. There are a couple of other key projects on Cumberland, for example, that are top of the list from a planning and design funding perspective, but we have the money for those design already, so that they will happen this year. But this one is highlighted because we would need the construction portion of the municipality's construction portion of that funding should we be successful. And then finally on this slide, there's various transit priority isolated measures. These are more tactical, lower cost changes that we make, things that address some of the issues that were raised at the previous report discussion around queue jump lanes, transit signal priority, and short segments of bus lanes. So these are some of the initiatives that we would do across the city to support our transit system. Next slide. We also, this budget also includes a number of infrastructure investments to support gaps in the pedestrian and cycling connectivity. The 32 million that is identified on the screen there for pedestrian cycling is actually 4 sets of projects. There's pedestrian facilities, so things that help us connect and build walkable connections over barriers. There's cycling projects. This is the pieces that we're going to be looking at as we discussed in the Bill 60 report. There's major active transportation structures. So this is to get active transportation crossings over things like rivers and rail corridors and highways. A couple of note in that column would be the Maitland Avenue Bridge over Highway 417 as part of the MTO bridge replacement, and phase 2 of the Carling rail bridge removal, providing a crossing at Carling Avenue linking to the future Beachburg rail pathway. And then finally, active transportation missing links. So those smaller scale pedestrian or cycling project gaps in the network, we also fund through that line. And then there are some other initiatives. There's the neighborhood traffic calming. So this is related to things where we're really looking, where traffic calming is an element of a larger complete street analysis and some bigger picture work going on that requires some study. We're focusing on a couple of projects, Finley Creek Drive between Albion Road and Bank Street, Halifax Drive between Canterbury Avenue and Walkley Road, and McBean Street between Perth and Strawn are on the list, among others. The Main Street mobility improvements, this is projects that work on our main streets and is a new initiative coming from the Transportation Master Plan. In 26, we see design studies for Stittsville Main Street, St. Joseph Boulevard, and Beechwood Avenue. For the road urbanization and development sidewalks funds, this is significantly expanded in 2026 compared to other years based on the Transportation Master Plan being complete. And we're really focusing on several short sidewalk connections that would otherwise be gaps in pedestrian activity. We're also looking at funding for the urbanization of Richmond Road, and to advance design work on Shea Road, Fernbank Road, and River Road. And then finally, there's some funding there for planning and EA studies. As you're likely aware, the EA studies are a requirement by provincial legislation that are triggered on some of our larger projects. And so we are continuing to move forward a number of initiatives in the transportation master plan with those funds. Next slide. I'm not really going to get into the Bill 60 slide because I think we kind of had that conversation, but that is also a big impact that we will be coming back to this committee in the early part of 2026 to discuss again. Next slide. And finally, I round us out with the right-of-way, heritage, and urban design elements. There are a few key projects of note here in the budget. The Digital Twin and Geospatial Data Acquisition Program. This funds the technology and data collection, sometimes aerial mapping, that kind of thing, that helps the city create the maps and 3D models. We're seeing a lot of service delivery efficiency as well as evidence-based decision-making, supporting planning, construction, emergency response. It also feeds the public accessible information on GeoOttawa. The downtown streetscapes improvements, this focuses on main streets that are in most disrepair in our downtown area. Things like improving pedestrian connectivity, trees, placemaking, and repairs. I'm not in charge of the lights, though.
Budget cuts.
Do we have to move more? Is that how it works? Yeah. So there are some investments that you're going to see in 2026 in Chinatown, for example, the Rideau Sussex Underpass, as well as others. The Public Realm Minor Intervention Program, these are public spaces beyond downtown and really are intended to address neighborhood character throughout Ottawa. This could be public spaces, landscaping, street furniture. I would say that this is an area you're going to see in the out years, the budget increasing. I think this is something we want to bring back to this committee as well as the Agriculture Committee to have a bigger conversation on what we could be doing in this space. I think there's some real concrete investments in public realm, particularly in our cherished plazas, main streets and others that could use some more investment from a public realm perspective. So we will be bringing a conversation back. There's very little funds in it for this year, and there's only some specific projects, but it is something I think we could grow in future years. And then finally, our right-of-way inspection vehicles, this is just to right size. We are leveraging rentals right now, and this is an operational savings by adding 3 additional vehicles to support inspection and enforcement, largely driven by growth at the edges of our city and the additional work required in those areas.
And Chair, that completes our presentation.
Well, thank you very much to Public Works team. Yes, covers the whole city. We're going to go directly to delegations, and then afterwards we'll get to the Vice Chair to read in the roadmap motion, and then we'll go to questions to, we'll go to questions to staff, then we'll read the roadmap motion. Got it. Perfectly clear. Thank you very much for that. So we'll go to our first delegation today, no stranger, Ken Holmes. Ken, are you in the crowd? Oh, there you are, Mr. Holmes. Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes, for coming out today. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to take the pole position for these presentations. I was hoping that last year's budget cycle would be the last one based on an outdated long-range financial plan that is considerably unfriendly to the needs of road maintenance. But that was not the case, and it now appears that the new LRFP is not scheduled for council consideration until Q2 of 2026. Next slide, please. When I heard Mayor Sutcliffe's rationalization of the need for improvement of Lansdowne Park, I was pleased to hear him say, we have the responsibility to protect and invest in this asset, not to let it crumble. That philosophy should also apply to our $16 billion inventory of roads that is crumbling. Looking at the box on the right, the summary statement of roads maintenance for budget 2026 focused on looking backward at how we've done much better than the previous term of council. We need to look forward. We need to focus on the upcoming LRFP, and we need to ensure that it better recognizes the need for road maintenance. I recognize that the funding of roads has improved over the last term of council, but it's only been achieved by means of an annual incremental funding of about 25 million that has not been cumulative. And we are focusing too much on comparing with the past. The past record on road maintenance has been terrible. We need to focus on significant changes and improvements that are essential for the future. Next slide, please. Looking at the past, budget staff advises that we have a road maintenance backlog of some 740 million. Let me repeat that. We have an acknowledged road maintenance backlog of $740 million. At the current rate of investment, that represents about 6 years of work. Looking to the future, the Auditor General has advised us that our current asset management plan is underestimating future road work by some 930 million. Realizing there will be some duplication between the two lists, it's reasonable to believe that there is a shortfall of more than $1 billion in road maintenance over the next decade. Next slide, please. How much should we be reinvesting annually in road maintenance? Managers of public infrastructure agree that an annual 2% investment is necessary or the overall condition of our roads will deteriorate. With $16 billion of road inventory, Ottawa should have an annual road maintenance budget of more than $300 million. We're currently working with a budget of $135 million. Is there any question why our roads are in such a poor state of repair? Next slide, please. We aim to maintain infrastructure in a state of good repair. You can see from this dial gauge illustration that we're failing to meet this target. Indeed, almost 2/3 of our road inventory is in a condition that is less than good. And that situation gets worse year by year. Next slide, please. Budget 2026 proposes $135 million, whereas we should be spending closer to 320. I do not expect, however, that at this stage there's any hope of finding that sort of money in budget 2026. Backlogs of more than 740 million and shortfalls of some 930 million in future road maintenance does not indicate that we're doing well at maintaining our road inventory. The condition of our roads reflects this. That's why I've been calling for what I refer to as a Roads Get Well program. As part of an updated long-range financial plan, such a program needs to be funded at a level approaching the recommended 320 million, not the current 135.
30 seconds, Mr. Holmes.
Next slide, please. To summarize, draft 2026 budget roads program will not improve the overall condition of Ottawa's inventory of roads infrastructure. The further we go, the behinder we get. To bring the condition of our $16 billion worth of roads to a state of good repair, this committee will have to work beyond the annual budget process to implement a Roads Get Well program as part of the long-range financial plan and our asset management plans.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. On that, you've hit your time, but we do have a copy of that presentation that was circulated, and I know other members saw it in the drive. Looking at committee members, is there any questions of Mr. Holmes? Seeing there's none, thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
On to our next delegation, Madeline Thomas. And I'm not sure if Madeline is online or in person. While we look, if we don't see her online, we can certainly go to the next delegation. Okay, so we'll go to the next delegation, Marco. Great, Marco is online. Wonderful. We can see you, Marco. Can you hear us okay? Great, you're on mute. You'll want to unmute yourself.
Testing.
Perfect. And you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours, sir.
Sweet. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Marco. I'm a Centertown resident who's grown up in the suburbs of Ottawa my whole life and then moved to Centertown a couple of years ago. I'm a board member of Strong Towns Ottawa, which is a local nonprofit that focuses on building a more financially sustainable, safer, and livable Ottawa. And I'm here to speak on my concerns about this year's budget, not just in terms of how much we're underfunding things, but also where those funds are going towards. We constantly hear about how much we care about affordability for our citizens, which I agree is a very important point. Yet we underfund the necessary services these citizens are going to be relying on. Instead of investing into infrastructure to give people reliable and safe alternatives, we have over the last 4 years been underfunding and delaying investments into these services. Now with the recent Bill 60 passing, we're going to have an even harder time improving our transportation network anytime soon. When we don't give people affordable alternatives like public transit, they end up having to rely on much costlier private solutions like buying a car or paying for Ubers. These cost our citizens much more than an increase in property taxes would. Our current proposed tax increase would cost the average household about $166 for urban owners and $108 for rural owners, according to the city's numbers. In a household with 2 breadwinners, this comes out to about $7 a month per person, the cost of about a latte at Starbucks. While I appreciate us trying to keep these costs down, I think many residents would agree that having alternatives to their $30 Ubers or their personal vehicles that cost the average Canadian over $15,000 a year to operate would go much further. While we're underfunding our necessary services, such as road maintenance and repair, public transit investments, and more, we're also expanding the debt that we're taking on for more infrastructure. We're discussing further widening many of our already very large arterial roads, saddling our city with even more than the billions of dollars of infrastructure debt that we're currently in. If we can't afford to keep our existing infrastructure in even decent conditions, what makes us think that the next set of road widenings will be any easier to maintain? We're going to be spending hundreds of millions of dollars on road widenings like Greenbank through DC funds and not even prioritizing the financially sustainable parts of the project, like the BRT. Projects like Greenbank widening will also add even more kilometers of lanes to the backlog that can't be sustained. I have multiple roads that aren't even a 5-minute walk from my place that are almost fully falling apart with potholes all over. The sidewalks are littered with patchwork asphalt that leads to an uncomfortable rolling for anyone with a mobility device or stroller. Only 36% of our roads are deemed in good or better conditions, yet we're going to be adding even more to that maintenance, and we're certainly not budgeting for the repairs. We won't solve this problem overnight, but there needs to be decisions made by this council to properly fund the financially sustainable forms of transportation so that we can slowly start working our way down on this unsustainable infrastructure debt. We need to be prioritizing moving public transit quickly and efficiently. Bus lanes are a very easy way to do so at an extremely low cost. In a couple months, you'll be faced with an option to put bus lanes on Bank Street, and I would sincerely urge any councillors here to go even further than the proposed peak hour bus lanes, as they're delayed constantly throughout the day. Low-cost solutions like bus lanes will not only help make our transportation system more reliable, it would also make it cheaper to maintain, as we'll be moving even more people with less space. I also think we need to be faster with implementing these projects. The bus lanes on Bank Street study, for instance, has taken close to 2 years just to study the outcomes. We know from tons of data from our own city and over the world that bus lanes are effective and reliable solutions. So why are we wasting even more of our precious taxpayer money on delaying these implementations? Finding quick and easy solutions that could be implemented as soon as possible will save us actual taxpayer dollars and provide us positive outcomes sooner. As we've spoken to today, given that earlier comments on this committee about bus lanes seemingly still being possible under Bill 60, I would strongly urge the city to move as fast as possible on these projects before we get the next Bill 61 that restricts our abilities even further. I hope this council can adopt a mindset of quicker implementations that can be studied after implementation to learn from, rather than studying ahead of time. We don't need to reinvent the wheel every time a new project comes up, especially not in an environment where the province is constantly being antagonistic towards the right of cities. We also should not be setting budget increases by arbitrary numbers before we evaluate what we actually need to provide our citizens with the services that they require to live well in our city. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the work that has gone into the budget. I know it's not easy putting it together, but I also know citizens would appreciate meaningful investments into keeping the roads and transportation system functioning well, even if it costs them an extra latte a month to get there. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for your excellent presentation today, Marco. Looking around, I don't see any questions. Thank you for your delegation today. We'll move on to our next delegation. It's a 2-for-1 in 5 minutes here. We got Andrew and Rosaline. Now, you should be online in a minute. Okay, great. And I'll get you guys to unmute yourselves, please. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear us okay on that end? There you go. I see your face now, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Great. And
So I have, thank you.
Yeah, you
Thank
have
you, Chair.
Rosaline with you as well. You have 5 minutes. The floor.
No, I'll present, please. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the purpose of so I'm going to speak on two subjects. The presentation, to widen Quinn Road, and the second one was the paving of the Osgood Link pathway. So on the widen Quinn Road, it is to allot funds of the 2026 budget to widen the Quinn for the safety and pedestrians and cyclists in using it in shared traffic. Most residential streets have a have a width, I should say, of local 10 meters, secondary 20. Quinn Road has a width of 6 meters. Quinn is only the legal minimum for two-way traffic. Presently, there are about 40 pedestrians coming from nearby businesses on Fenton Road, and they're walking up and down to and from the LRT. Many are walking 2 or 3 abreast, and some are walking on the wrong side of the road. Quinn Road, especially as a cul-de-sac, exists for residents to have safe and proper access to their homes at near or posted speeds of 40 kilometers. Now at rush hours, it can become a permanent construction zone as we weave very slowly around pedestrians and cyclists. From speaking with city staff, we understand that there is no other street in Ottawa which matches the description of Quinn Road, where shared traffic is accessing a major transportation hub. And apparently there is no pilot study. Quinn Road residents have the best knowledge of traffic patterns. What's happening? We have large school buses temporarily blocking the road. We have some homes frequently have 2 or 3 cars parked in the street, taking up 2/3 of the road. There are contractors, large trucks, and long 18-foot trailers living on the Quinn, and these usually take 1 lane plus. There are no sidewalks, only narrow weed-filled gravel shoulders. And to seriously compound the matter, there will soon be a pedestrian cyclist pathway completed, which will send many persons down our street. In effect, it will service about 1/3 of the ward and over 16,000 people. Finally, we believe that the city should not impose on us an inherent fear of possible serious and cyclist and pedestrian accidents occurring. So the second thing I had was paving the Osgood Link pathway. The community, if the community should consider funding the paving of the linkway as a proper connecting MUP for Ward 22 and Ward 10. The distance to pave would be approximately 5 kilometers, 1.6 kilometers in Ward 22 and 3.4 kilometers in Ward 10. There would be some extra cost to install benches and landscaping along the MUP. Here are main reasons. Ward 22 has no proper paved connecting MUP to join its main neighborhoods to Finlay Creek and to neighborhoods like Finlay Creek and Riverside South with the city. The gravel-based stone dust OLP running beside the LRT track is the perfect established foundation for a paved MUP. The MUP project will service the combined populations of the wards of 93,000, as well as through the connecting MUPs, the rest of the city. Further comments, most wards already have proper MUPs. The city is, and will fund several MUPs and cyclic pathways in the city core. And we believe it's time that we start prioritizing Ward 22 and 10. Similarly, large, very expensive projects such as the Chief Commanda Bridge will benefit Ward 22, won't benefit rather 22 residents. It's just too far away. Ward 22 and 10 residents have much right to benefits of recreation. And this is a natural setting. I think that's invaluable for the health and well-being of residents. The present plan to use OLP as a link to the dirt and gravel 20-kilometer Osgood pathway will serve only some cyclists. However, as a paved connecting with the OLP will service both wards and indeed the entire city. Most residents, city residents want the majority of their municipal taxes to go toward MUP. We feel the same way. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your delegation today. Seeing no questions, thank you for your delegation. We'll move on to the next, Kathy Vandergrift. And I'm unsure if Kathy, well, I see someone moving, so I assume that's Kathy.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Vandergrift. I reside at 937 Alpine Avenue, and I'm the previous chair of the Queensway Terrace North Community Association. This submission is a request for reconsideration of one project in the budget, the proposed repair of the Carling Avenue overpass at the Kitsissippi-Meakin Transit Way, which is in the budget for $8.5 million. The Board of the Queensway Terrace North Community Association requests postponing approval of this project until there is a full cost-benefit analysis of an alternative option suggested during the Lincoln Fields secondary plan process. We request postponement to consider a cost-benefit analysis of an alternative for the following reasons. This is a bridge over bus lanes that will be removed when the western extension of the LRT is operational. $8.5 million is a significant sum to spend on a bridge that will not be used in 5 years, not needed in 5 years. Removal of the bridge is envisioned in the Lincoln Fields secondary plan as a key part of revitalizing the area immediately adjacent to the important Lincoln Fields station. It's part of reconfiguration of the intersection of Carling Avenue and the Kitsissippi-Meakin. It's part of creating the possibility to use underutilized land for affordable housing close to an LRT station. Removal of the bus lanes in this area is part of a long-standing commitment to replace green space that was lost to the LRT, and recommissioning the bus lanes is part of Phase 2. Removal of the bridge allows the proposed T intersection for Carling Avenue and the Kitsissippi-Meakin, which is a major intersection in the city, to be located further east. This has a significant benefit for management of the traffic backlog that is inevitable on Carling Avenue. I remind you that the Lincoln Fields secondary plan allows for an equivalent population of Renfrew to be added in this area of the city. And finally, the Lincoln Fields LRT station will be a very significant hub because it brings together 2 lines. This now is the time to plan well for its future role in the economic and social development of Ottawa. More attention is needed now to make the best use of the available resources we have for the best option for this area. And I would like to make a comment also on the bike lanes and the bridge. We are deeply concerned to learn that the inclusion of bike infrastructure on the bridge repair project is not funded. Convenient pedestrian and bike access to Lincoln Fields Station is critical for the success of the city and provincial investment in LRT. This project should not be approved without bike infrastructure. On the other hand, Removing the bridge as part of a major reconfiguration of land uses in this area might have a better chance of allowing full incorporation of both pedestrian and bike access that is critical for both the success of LRT and intensification in this area of the city. For all these reasons, we suggest that approval of this project should be delayed until there is a cost-benefit study of the other options in accordance with the redesign of this area in the Lincoln Fields Secondary Plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation today. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kathy, for coming out and speaking on behalf of the community of Queens Bay Terrace North and beyond, actually. In the secondary plan for Lincoln Field, it was proposed that we would no longer need the Carling Avenue Bridge in this area. This is for people who aren't familiar with the area. It's where the Lincoln Field Station is. Connecting on the other side is the Lincoln Field Mall. Well, no longer a mall, but the Lincoln Field property. And in this area, we would no longer need a transitway underneath because the transitway will be replaced by a train, and that has a separate tunnel. So I'm trying to put context in here. So the idea was that was proposed in the secondary plan was to make like a berm so that it's land, not a bridge anymore. And so this was the proposal that was floated in the secondary plan, and it sounded very interesting, and it's making things greener because what are we going to do with that space that was a transitway? But when I got our reports on infrastructure, I found out the bridge was definitely planning to be kept, pardon me. And we have $8.5 million in repairs, and that they forecast it lasting more than 5 years. So I will be asking staff about that. I just wanted to put that in context that, because there was a disconnect here in terms of the planning. And this is quite significant because there's also a change of the way you go on to the Kitchissippi-Meekan. You would no longer have a ramp going on. You'd have a T intersection, which means a lot less land use, which means it opens up that land for affordable housing. So that was another factor. So anyway, it's complex. And it means dealing with the NCC, which is even more complex.
Oh, yeah.
So
Godspeed. All right.
So,
Thank you.
okay.
I appreciate that, but I mean, I guess the kind word is to say this is short-sighted, but I just think it's a wrong solution for that area at this time. And I guess I would highlight also for others that, this Lincoln Field Station is going to be much more important for the city than I think we realize going forward. And this is key for that area.
Right. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. And your council is going to bring up those questions to staff for sure. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Kathy.
On our final delegation, Etienne Lefebvre. Etienne, are you in the crowd?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours. The presentation's on the screen.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Etienne Lefebvre. I'm a board member of Strong Towns Ottawa. I'm here today to share my concerns about the $3.78 billion transportation funding gap. That's part of the larger $7.6 billion tax support infrastructure funding gap that remains unaddressed in the 2026 budget. I'm also here to seek clarity as to when we can expect to receive the financial plan for tax supported assets that was supposed to be included in the capital asset management plan back in June. So for a brief overview, here's the combined, if you could just do next slide, please. Thank you. Here's the combined 10-year funding gap that staff assessed in the latest asset management plans. As you all well know, only the rate-supported long-range financial plan was actually tabled at Finance Committee and Council. And as a result, a plan was devised to address the $3 billion funding gap for water, sewer, wastewater by increasing rates to service the debt that's needed for that. but we have yet to receive a financial plan on how the city plans to address the multi-billion-dollar tax-funded assets on that. So of that 7.6 billion you're seeing there, 3.78 billion makes up the transportation-related tax-supported funding gap. So while I don't have time to review all the assets in the transportation funding gap, I thought I would just highlight one of the largest sections, namely the massive amount of work needed to cover the $2.6 billion road resurfacing funding gap. 2.3 of that 2.6 is made up of mostly of our ongoing backlog of delayed road resurfacing work. So if you could do next slide. So here's a graph that our Strong Towns Ottawa member Jamie put together from the AMP data showing the current $2.3 billion backlog. In the graph you're seeing there, that backlog is assigned to the year 2024. So, and as you can see for 2026, the estimated road repaving cost in the AMP is $34 million. So it's pretty small red bar there. And this year, the mayor announced that we are spending $135 million on road resurfacing in this budget. So while this is more than the funding for the required work in 2026, it still does very little to put a meaningful dent in the current $2.3 billion maintenance backlog for road resurfacing. And really importantly, most of the required work identified for 2026 will most likely get stacked to the backlog, as most of the 135 million in the 2026 budget will be prioritized to be spent on roads that we already deferred maintenance on, often from pre-amalgamation days. Like, yeah, we have to remember that we have over 12,000 kilometers of roads to maintain, and years of below inflation tax increases, maintenance deferrals, and financially insolvent development patterns have resulted in our assets being in such a state of disrepair and neglect. And so this is serious stuff, and we don't really have the luxury of ignoring this in the budget and in all future budgets. Next slide, please. And so before I get to my questions, I just wanted to briefly go over timeline events here as it relates to the financial plan for tax-supported part of the $10.8 billion infrastructure funding gap. So back in June 2025, the Capital Asset Management Plan identified this funding gap. It provided a financial plan, but only for rate-supported infrastructure. And so this is a problem, especially because provincial regulations 58817 Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure that was adopted in 2018 has clear requirements and deadlines regarding the capital asset plans. It states that all municipalities in Ontario must develop an AMP with proposed levels of service and lifecycle management financial strategy by the 1st of July 2025. And so my understanding from exchanges with city staff is that those regulatory requirements regarding the tabling of our financial strategy would be satisfied when the long-range financial plans for rate, tax, and transit were to be presented in June. But as we know, only the rate our long-term financial plans was presented. And so when the tax-supported LRFPs were not presented in June, staff indicated that they would be tabled at the September 2nd Finance Committee. And so when they weren't presented in September, staff later indicated that they would not be tabled until April, May 2026. And so considering that the largest share of the tax-supported funding gap rests under the policy authority of this committee, I feel it appropriate to bring these concerns to your attention. But more broadly, however, in light of these constant delays, I am really quite concerned that the city seems to be intentionally delaying the hard conversation that's implied with this multi-billion-dollar tax-supported funding gap. And so with that said, here are my questions for council today. If you go to next slide. So yeah, is it fiscally responsible to approve a 2026 budget that does not address how we plan to tackle the 2.3 billion maintenance backlog for road resurfacing? And importantly, is it possible to have a firm public commitment today that the report on a financial plan for the tax support infrastructure gap can be delivered to council before spring of 2026?
You got it right down to the 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Looking around, seeing no questions. Thank you for coming out and delegating today.
Thank you.
We'll move immediately to questions to staff. Committee members first. Heather's jump on if you wish. We've gone through a thorough, and I know there's a lot of pre-discussion, so we'll see if there's any questions here. We'll start with Councillor Gower.
Okay. Transit priority measures, I believe it's 8.16 million in this budget. Is there any overlap with the transit priority measures that were indicated in the transit committee budget that we dealt with on Monday, or are that 8.6 million entirely separate?
Separate. This is separate.
Okay. I think it would be helpful next year to be if there's a way to combine those, because there was some confusion among delegations on Monday about what the city was actually investing in transit priority measures. So leave that for consideration. Also recognizing there's a lot of projects that involve improving bus stop location, lane configurations to help transit. So there's probably a lot more than even 11 or $12 million. Thank you. Streetlights, $500,000. How many projects will that allow for in 2026?
So, Mr. Chair, we're still working through that plan because what we're trying to do is take a longer term approach around how we plan projects. If it's only locations where we need to add one street light or add a street light to an existing pole, that's certainly a lot more cost effective. But we also know there's areas where we need more extensive lighting to be included. So those are the ones that we're trying to plan out to see how do we balance individual locations versus more contiguous locations. We'll be able to report back on a more complete plan once we've been able to work through that planning process.
Is there still a pretty long backlog list of streetlight requests in the city?
Yeah, we certainly have a number of locations that are deemed to be warranted. And that's why having this program now allows us to start planning around how are we going to be able to get through that plan. So what we want to make sure is that we're not using all of the funds basically as we're going when there's projects that we need to be planning that may require more funding over time to be able to implement. So that's the lens that we're trying to bring to the discussion.
Would you expect, or is it the intention that in future years we see that 500,000 continue to grow as a base budget for that?
Yeah, and actually, when you look at the budget right now for that item, and you look at basically the future years, next year you see 750 identified, you see $1 million identified the following year. So I think over this term of council, we're looking at a little over 2 million that's identified just for that item, and that's something that we'll continue to work on with Cyril in terms of as we continue to move forward, especially with the long range financial plan in terms of how do we sustain that over time.
Okay. And I just wanted to dig in a little bit, the road safety action plan funding. I anticipate the bigger impacts will be beyond 2026 when, because we've already collected quite a bit of money that's gone into the reserve through the traffic camera program. I was wondering if staff can just give a general sense of what might happen next in future years.
Yeah, Chair. So it's important to note the road safety action plan is bigger than just the AAC funding. I think in 2025, it was like a $51 million program, of which about 15 million came from the AAC revenue. So right now, as we know, I mean, this is not a thing that's been pushed on us. The cameras turned off on November 13. We still have about $10-11 million worth of collections to go through. So right now in the budget, you'll see a $15 million contribution towards the program. Again, it's on hold, excluding the PXO components. So really, that's what we need a little bit of time to do in terms of reprofiling that, because it does create a gap. Obviously, that 15 million plus is no longer a funding source for us, right? So now we got to recalibrate that program with existing work that's in progress, and now that kind of fits into the bigger picture of all the other infrastructure requirements that we need to invest in.
And there's still quite a bit of uncertainty with what the province will actually fund through their new traffic safety funding stream.
Chair, absolutely. Bill 56, Bill 60, Bill 72 next week. Who knows? The reality is, we're trying to build the plane as we fly it, because they just gave us a new plane to build. So we'll be back with that. And if things change, we'll be back again. So
what about the red light cameras and the allocation from that program? Is that a potential solution to offset some of the lost revenue from speed camera fines?
So, Chair, I can go back a little bit to the audit of this program earlier this year. When the road safety program was formally established in 2020, one of the guiding principles was that net new revenues for red light cameras installed after 2020 would go into this program. There was a bit of debate at that time in that committee in terms of how that kind of context was framed. But the red light camera program has been around since 2004, actually even before 2004. So that revenue goes into our general revenue in a non-departmental area. And then we just kind of use that as a funding source, one of the tools, right? And you often hear me say that I have limited tools in my toolbox from a revenue source. So whenever we go down the road of specifically saying this revenue source goes to this specific thing, I lose flexibility. So in this budget, what you see is you see about $2 million of the red light cameras installed post 2020 going into the road safety action plan. All the cameras pre, which is exactly in line since 2004, remains in the general revenue process. As I just mentioned, there's well over $20-30 million of tax funding that goes into road safety initiatives. So by default, the money is going there one way or the other. More money is going there from a tax supported perspective. It just gives me flexibility to manage the 12-sided Rubik's Cube that I got to deal with. If that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, yes. So 2.1 million or 2 million from the post 2020 cameras is going to directly to road safety action plan. The pre 2020 cameras is going into general revenue. Is there a scenario? Are you looking at when we're looking at future budget years? Is there a scenario where you might shift more of the pre 2020 camera revenue specifically to road safety? Is that one way we could build up or offset some of the speed camera lost revenue?
Chair, that's always a scenario I can look at, but you're taking away from A to give to B, so you're creating the gap. So net, you're no farther ahead, right? The core issue is we've lost a very good source of revenue that was dedicated to a very specific and well worth cause. Yeah. That's the gap. Yeah. Trying to fill that gap with existing allocations or where money goes, you're just creating a gap somewhere else. Technically, I can say that all that red light camera lands there anyway, if I were to add another process to the administration process, which I don't enjoy adding administration process to processes. I prefer to have the flexibility. Again, there's well over $25-30 million worth of tax dollars. And when I say tax dollars, it really is property taxes, non-departmental revenue, such as red light camera revenue, investment income, et cetera. I don't mark each dollar of source. You know, when I talk in the context of going into general revenues, that's fun. That gives me flexibility to kind of solve the problems.
That's clear. Yeah. Something I'd like to continue the discussion on, because my concern is that it's not a really clear story to tell residents, might even be confusing to our provincial government. And if we can get to that point, I understand the impact of shifting it all in 1 year is a big impact, but I think it's something we should continue to move towards so that we can clearly say to all stakeholders, any revenue from that from the red light cameras is we're clear about where that's being directed. I think it'd be a better story if we can get there.
Chair, I know you don't have a question there, but I would say, if the province were to say clearly articulate that and we'll chip in funding for you, I will do that tonight. Okay. For sure. I'll give away my flexibility for that reason, but it's certainly something I'll continue to look at.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Great questions. Thank you. Councillor Troster, Councillor Jaros, and then Councillor Kavanagh will come to you. Thank you.
My turn. Thank you very much. Apologies. I was just starting my lunch. So I've noticed that the street trees on our major streets in Centertown are in various states of condition. Does the forestry team have adequate operating resources available to meet the city's basic standard for tree pruning on all our city street trees right now as part of this budget?
So, Mr. Chair, I can respond to the question, but it's not in this budget. That would be under the Environment Committee budget.
Okay.
So that's where
wondering because of the operational piece. Okay, I can bump that one. So let's talk about asphalt patches then, because nobody likes asphalt patches. We have a lot of them in Centertown, especially on sidewalks, which I know initially the hot patch is done to deal with immediate hazards. But my understanding is that new concrete sidewalk slabs are supposed to be put in within a year. I could be incorrect, but I'm just wondering if you have the resources to achieve your maintenance quality standard of replacing those asphalt patches within the prescribed amount of time.
Yeah, so Chair, I'll share your concern. I don't like the patches either. They're certainly not the most aesthetically pleasing. We are trying to find different products that we can use that are as effective. The problem is we haven't found anything yet that is as effective. Any other products is either way more expensive or it takes a lot of time to be able to address. The whole intent around the patches is to address more immediate hazards. We are trying to build towards a state where those patches are not going to be there, whether or not we're able to do it within the year, but certainly a lot more reasonable period of time than what we have right now.
Do you know what it is right now, approximately? How long it's taking?
It varies depending on location. Now, what we've been trying to do on this is, and this is where basically we've been working with Tammy's team in the past. One of the reasons why basically our backlog got so much is one is there were legislative changes around the trip hazards that meant that it required more due diligence on our part. And also what we were finding is that we weren't as efficient in terms of being able to address all of those locations. So we've been working with Tammy's team to start looking at a lot of those locations and start bundling them up in contracts. And what we're finding is that we're able to get a lot more done and we're a lot more cost effective. But it's going to take us time to be able to ramp up to the point where those patches are not going to be there for extended periods of time, because I agree with you, they're unsightly.
Yeah, and we've had some of them for years in Centertown. So I'm just wondering how do you recommend that as counselors we help address that with your team to identify the ones that have been there for a really, really long time? I know sometimes we just wait because there's sewer renewal happening within a couple of years, but I have to say it's pretty ugly. And also they just seem to be there forever. And it's so visually noticeable to people.
Yeah, and that's something that we could probably take offline with you, Councillor, when we're meeting with you to go through. Like I said, it's going to take us time to get through it, but we have seen more funding allocated to it, and also with the different way that we're implementing it, we're also being a lot more cost effective, which means that we can get more done.
Okay, thank you. So city staff have briefed me on the plans to review our standards with respect to core municipal infrastructure like benches, damaged streetlight shrouds, repainting metalworks, fixing broken bollards. Do you have the resources required at present to maintain these core city assets? Because again, I hear a lot, especially in some of our, like on some of our older streets, that a lot of these assets are in really bad shape.
So, Chair, yes, but it also comes down to risk and overall priorities. So over time, we're working through it, but it's really addressed on a risk basis in terms of trying to get to areas that are more that pose more of a hazard to residents than being an aesthetic component.
So you're dealing more with hazards than with aesthetics in that case.
Well, certainly the hazards takes priority over the aesthetics. We try to address both, but we always prioritize the hazards over the aesthetics.
Okay. One more piece. Again, this all sounds repetitive, but it's all the same piece, which is just the sort of constant maintenance required on some of our older streets. We've been asking about weeding. Like there's a lot of weeds that pop up on like around poles on the city right of way. And it's often resolved by service request, but I've been told that there's no sort of regular core municipal service of weeding our city assets. So like as we get those patches of sidewalk, we get weeds growing through them. It's really unattractive. What's the current status? Like, is there a service standard right now? Is there service standard budget in this budget?
So, Chair, there's no additional funding in the budget other than just a base funding increases. So, in that case, it's addressed more on a reactive basis, and it's also an area that if there are areas that you're more concerned with, we can certainly prioritize those areas.
Okay. So I was really glad to hear about the new money for snow clearing on sidewalks, because that's the #1 issue that I hear about. And I'm just wondering how that will be allocated. Like what decision-making process will you have to decide where those new investments will go?
So, Mr. Chair, the investments goes to support basically our operations. So as we see basically the network grow, or just to be able to meet our maintenance standards, they're basically allocated across the board. So it's really to try to keep up with our maintenance levels.
Okay, just one more and then I'll go back on the list. I noticed that the pedestrian crossover program budget drastically decreases after 2026. Can you explain why that decrease? Have we lost some funding from other levels of government, or this is on page 107?
Yeah, so I think that goes back to the point that we're mentioning with Cyril, that the base funding that we have is maintained. In the past, we've been able to supplement funding with the automated, as part of the Road Safety Action Plan.
Okay.
So I think to the point that Cyril made, as we're moving forward, now that we understand that that funding source is not available, we'll need a bit of time to be able to say, okay, how do we readjust the funding to address some of those priorities?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of questions and I'll go back on the board if you tell me my time's up. That's fine. First, I want to touch on Quinn Road. Came up earlier this morning. I'm very appreciative that the project is in the budget. It's important that we have a reliable water system on this street. Quinn Road has a water pipe on the street because there was a landfill in that area, and years and years and years ago, the city of Gloucester thankfully put in water to this area. I'm also appreciative of that staff had a second look at this project to not just trench it, but to do a complete repaving of the street once you're through there. So I know in other parts of the ward, where like Analdea, where we did that in the last 2 years, the street, the residents were very appreciative that they got a new water pipe and obviously had a new road. The delegation raised a good point, I think, on the use of the street by other people in the community as the community grows. Can you, Madam Rose, talk about the work you will do to make this road as big as possible, knowing that there are limitations with the rural cross-section that is there and the ditching? So what can we do to, again, reestablish the road and try and have as much shoulder there as possible?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. We're currently doing the design. So we do plan to go to construction this summer. So I think what we can do, councillors, we can maybe take it offline and we can have a review with your office in terms of what we've been able to do. I think, as you've noted, there are some constraints. We do have culverts in that area as well. And so we have to be careful about drainage so that we maintain adequate draining as well. So, but we will take a look and see if there's what is the art of the possible.
Yeah, and I appreciate that there are limitations there, that we're not going to cover over the ditches and come up with a new stormwater system for those areas. It's urgent that we get the water pipe replaced as quickly as possible. But I'm sympathetic to, having the road as wide as we can, understanding that there will continue to be ditching on that street. And, we want to get this project done as quickly as possible, as I said, and we want to keep the costs reasonable because there's other people in line for these road widening or these road modifications and water system upgrades and that. So again, very appreciative that it's in the budget this year, and I think it's important for the residents on that street. I'm going to touch on a couple of subjects, moving to line painting. The chair's been very strong, working with FCM and lobbying the federal government to come up with a standard for line paint that is much more durable than the current standard. But I sometimes wonder if we have enough resources going into line painting. I would like to get you another truck to be out there. I often hear from residents that they want their line painting refreshed. They'd like the stop lines painted. They want that not just for safety reasons, but I think it's really a good aesthetic look for the community. And I think it's part of our city brand that people see their city at work and see a nice painted street. Do you have enough resources to kind of keep up with the demands? And if you don't need another truck, can the crews not work? Can you not get another crew to have that truck out there, say for 20 hours a day, and doing as much as you can?
Yeah, Councillor, just if I'll throw a comment in prior to you answering, just I want to thank the mayor's office. I've been working very closely with the federal government actually right now. I'm hopeful that they'll review what's happening across the entire country. You're not losing your vision, everyone. The lines are fading very quickly because of the VOC levels, the volatile organic compounds. Certainly, I know it's always a challenge because you only can do these things during certain temperatures and certain times of the year, and sometimes you have to close roads. I just want to give a preamble on that because we are hopefully working towards something, I'm hoping, very soon with the federal government, but we'll have to wait and see. There was definitely expressed interest by the federal government about our concern, but I'll just caution that with whatever the response is that Alain is going to provide.
Yeah, no, that's good. And as I said, that's great work. But even with the standard, I still have a long list of people that say,
no doubt,
we need to do more painting
Yeah.
of streets and,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
not say no to stop line requests, which I think are reasonable requests.
And maybe you can give context how many times you go out and paint those lines, by the way.
Yeah, so the material is definitely an issue, and I'll start, and maybe Stuart Edison can also supplement if needed. We try to get to all of the lines at least once a year. The challenge that we'll get in addition to the quality of the paint is it was less of an issue this year, but certainly last year, the weather conditions. It was very difficult to get lines painted because every second day it would rain. The other thing is we've also been using different types of paints, which means basically different equipment to try to get better quality paint that lasts longer. The challenge is the offset to that is it's a lot more finicky in terms of the equipment, the temperature ranges that we're operating under. So we're trying to find that balance in terms of how do we get the most done, and then when we get the lines painted, how do we try to get them to last as long as they can. So we're always trying different things. A lot of our line painting too is done at night. Because there's parts of the city where we can't be doing line painting during the day. So we're also trying to work around the restrictions of an active city and a moving city to be able to get through our line painting. But it's definitely something that I understand the concern, and we are trying to stay on top of it.
How much money do you need in this budget to do more painting? That the truck is out there, or trucks, I don't know how many we have, for as long as we can with multiple crews without adding another truck. Can we get you more resources so that you can do more painting?
Well, we'd have to be careful because if we're like, the only way that we could do that is to add a day. Like right now, a lot of the trucks are operating at night, and during the day they're operating in the rural area. So if we're adding more resources, it's to add resources to address the urban area. Before we do that, we need to look at, okay, can we even keep that truck going in the urban area during the day? So there's logistical challenges in terms of our ability to get the line painted.
The other option is get another truck and get another crew. Potentially.
Yeah, but now we're getting into.
I think you're going to need one. I mean, the city's growing very rapidly, and again, I think the timelines are.
Yeah, Councillor, just to be clear, that would require FTEs, and
This is the budget. This is a budget conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But just to be, I think Mr. Gauthier was pointing out, you'd be adding FTEs that would be sitting on the shelf during rainstorms and everything else. So I think they're just trying to adjust to what they are now, because when you start adding extra FTEs that can't go out and paint, that would be the other challenge too. So maybe is there the possibility of having more road crews out there, knowing when the weather's not, based on that, without acquiring a whole bunch of FTEs that are going to sit around and cost taxpayers to do nothing?
Yeah, we always looked at the efficiency of the operation, but at the end, we're also defined, the work is defined based on the quality standards that have been approved by council. And that's basically, we need to get through the lines at least once a year. So any adjustment that we would be doing from that to recommend additional resources or even equipment would be tied to the business case to say, we need it because we're not meeting council standards. I think where things are getting overlapped now is, even though we might be doing the line painting once a year, we get into the fading issue, which is like, okay, but you did it once, but now we're getting into faded lines towards the end of the year. So that's the piece around the quality piece that we're also looking into. So there's a lot of elements to it, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that it's we're not spending time and attention to it. We absolutely are.
No, and I appreciate that. I think you need another truck. You're going to need another truck at some point. So we can have this conversation offline. Appreciate weather's at play. But, and if the standard is such that it's sort of limiting getting into residential streets, then let's look at that standard. So we'll continue the conversation. In the budget, traffic lights and things like protected left, why are there so few that that staff are recommending this year? I don't find the list very aggressive, and I have several parts of the ward where we're practically begging for a protected left. Staff are saying, obviously there's the cost of the lights to go in and the lane needs to be adjusted. I'm somewhat skeptical that the lane always needs to be adjusted in the short term. Why is that list not more significant? I can't be the only councillor asking for traffic lights and protected lefts.
Yeah, so I don't know if Heidi is still around, but maybe to have Heidi to help to fill in. We do operate under a warrant system. So if there's a location that's warranted, then we would be using the funding to implement that location. To your point, there's some intersections that are going to be more costly to implement if there's Q lane extensions that we need to be doing, if there's modifications at the intersection. It's not just about changing the signal head. Often there's a more work that's tied to that, but we try to focus the funding that we do have to those warranted locations.
Okay. Staff or
the projects that have been listed in the budget are the ones that are working within the budget envelope of the RSAP plan. And then so we work within that budget envelope that's available to us to identify the projects that are the most critical to proceed with. And as Alain said, there's some that are more costly than others, depending on whether infrastructure upgrades are required to accommodate the protected left turn, or if it's just a matter of changing the signal heads or not.
okay, and I guess that's the issue on the subject of budget. Why wasn't the envelope increased? Like you surely are hearing from us, many of us saying we want to do more. And
well, it's all
part
of
these kind of pre-consultations to say kind of what are your priorities, and I think this envelope could have been bigger.
So it's all part of the RSAP plan that comes forward each year. And then so last year was the RSAP plan for last year, and then we'll be coming forward in Q1 with the RSAP plan for next year, which will identify how that envelope is being distributed.
Okay. Okay. Well, there's some things I like in the budget, some stuff I love, and some stuff I don't like. And that this is one area here. A lot of talk on using AI with OC Transpo in the last couple of days. Why can't we do that in our traffic monitoring as well? What we had talked about previously offline, the plans for kind of modernize our traffic monitoring. And I see this as a great opportunity for AI. OC Transpo is going ahead with it, and I don't see why we wouldn't be lockstep with them.
Yes, through you, Chair. Well, we do use AI in some form with the traffic control system. So there is adaptive signal control systems already that do use AI, and we're always looking to further advance that and progress it. It is something we're exploring always in the background. We have working groups with Invest Ottawa, Innovation Ottawa to develop systems like that, and we are exploring those in the background.
Okay, so nothing in this budget, but you're open to it. I mean, you've got, I don't know how many traffic cameras right now, in the hundreds, and you have several eyes on it, but I think this is where technology would help us, right? So little intersections like Bank Street and Finlay Creek may not get as much attention because obviously Rideau and King Edward is monitored. So I think this is an opportunity for AI, and I hope we'll see it in future budgets.
Great, Councillor. Do you have a lot more, or
I do. So
go
I'll come
back on the board? Is that okay? Thank you. Councillor Committee Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to just go back over quickly the move to create a capital ditch project or capital ditch funding source to support the ditch maintenance crews. I know that crew does a tremendous amount of work. And from what I've seen and what I've learned even just recently, you know, when we're looking at pre-amalgamation infrastructure challenges, I had, you know, one person tell me that there's actually, you know, three aspects to our budget line. There's the building new, the maintaining of existing, but also the undoing of poor. And, you know, I just wanted to have some comments on, you know, how are our ditch systems looking generally as a city? Do you see a pressure coming for our outer urban neighborhoods that are seeing the rehabilitation projects come forward? And do you think you'll have the resources, you know, both this year, but in upcoming years to address what I see to be kind of a mounting challenge?
So, Mr. Chair, we've definitely heard, and especially through the rural summit, basically some of the concerns related to the ditching. We've seen some very positive shift from a finance perspective in terms of increasing the budgets related to ditching, which is allowing us to move from what has traditionally been more of a reactive approach to address basically problems as they come up to being more proactive. Now, that's going to take us a bit of time to transition, but at least we've set up a base funding source to be able to address that. I would say in the urban area, we often get the challenges also of how people have shifted based or modified their ditches over time, which is also impacting the operation of the ditch. And that's where working closely with Tammy's team, basically looking at basically the drainage impacts there. In some cases, they turn into more, it's less of a maintenance project that turns into a capital project. That will continue certainly moving forward. So I think overall we're definitely in a better shape now because of the funding base that we have.
Okay, that's great to hear. I wanted to check in also. I know in the 2024 infrastructure master plan, we had recommended to FTEs to do more proactive stormwater management, you know, evaluations of areas that we're going to be potentially seeing a lot of infill. And I think those were established in the 2025 budget. I was hoping that I could get a comment on how those new FTEs are doing, whether that is that investment has been satisfactory, and whether you're seeing some good feedback for your teams before the new zoning bylaw obviously comes into effect next year, pending appeals, of course. But, you know, we should ideally, with the Housing Task Force report and that new zoning bylaw, see more shovels in the ground. I want to know that those investments are going well for you.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I'll start off and I'll ask my colleague Sue to provide a bit more details around the two FTEs, but you are correct. We have been able to optimize those resources. We have challenges with intensification, so making sure that there's enough capacity and that there's no material change to the existing drainage. And that would also include areas that are served by ditches as well. And so we do have capital sources that are excluded from the program that Alain is looking after that provides for some of that more engineering review that would be required. And maybe, Sue, if you'd like to provide comments on how their resources are doing overall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to just provide an interim update, because we will be following through on our commitment in the IMP to return to Committee and Council to more broadly explain the program that Tammy mentioned, about intensification and servicing, but also the on-site stormwater management program, which I think is one of the ones that you also had in your mind. Thank you. So there is more to come on those, but there has been great progress made. I'll point to the new zoning bylaw since you mentioned it, and there is a clause that is being refreshed within the bylaw that will make it mandatory for that on-site storm to be part of any application that walks up to the building counter as part of the new zoning. Elaborates a little bit to make sure that we capture that fully. Thank you for the question.
That's great. And sort of similar or different, you know, we anticipate that in the coming years, as you know, these ditch rehabs go forward, but as some of these infill situations, infill neighborhoods are intensified, one of the assets they're looking to be included are sidewalks. But of course, the intersection of sidewalks and ditches can be problematic from a drainage point of view. How are we accounting for both the research and development of solutions there, but also whether there would be an increased pressure on sidewalk infrastructure build-outs for this new design? I would hate to suggest to communities that have ditches and that are seeing intensification that they will have to live without a sidewalk. I'm sure the city is trying to come up with solutions so that everybody can have that pedestrian safety. So could someone comment on where those types of the R&D, but also the additional asset dollar pressure would be in these budgets moving forward?
Thank you for the question. Intensification does present a whole new list of challenges for us to address, and you're correct that understanding what other municipalities are doing and being in touch with transportation associations, et cetera, is a great way to inform our work and make sure that we continuously improve. So yes, that is part of the challenges that we'll address with sidewalk investment as well as ditches, because you're right, we're really morphing something that was perfect when it was built in the 50s or 60s, and we're trying to get it to adapt to today's expectations. I think my colleagues in transportation planning are looking at that specifically on arterial roads, and it is part of the shopping list of things that we will try to address within the urban area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And final question, Chair. Can someone please comment as to how streets are selected for integrated renewal projects and whether councillors are at all part of that decision making?
Mr. Chair, the prioritization process is across all of the investment recommendations that we make. Evaluate a long list of or several criteria that are technically based, condition assessments of the assets, so of the pipes that are within the road, feedback from our operations teams about how often they're attending and what kind of things are working or not working well, the amount of traffic in the case of roads, whether there's a sidewalk or not, what the adjacent land use is, what the pedestrian traffic is. There's quite a list of criteria that form these giant spreadsheets that we evaluate. Even when all of that data is considered, there's a risk assessment that takes place, a prioritization in the prioritization process, as well as a coordination. Frankly speaking, the integrated projects are usually driven by the pipe needs. It's the underground needs, it's the condition of those pipes that are driving an integrated project. It is our biggest single program within the renewal budget. And I would have to say, I would think it's like many of our recommendations to council it's technically based. And so we'd be very happy to expand on how we make these decisions. And I will tell you that this is one of the programs that is very difficult to prioritize because it has multiple funding sources, and each of those funding envelopes have to balance out within all of the other needs, and we still have to make sure that we're getting our higher risk and higher priority investments in front of you for consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Committee Member Skalski.
Thank you for the chance to ask them a couple questions. So my first is with regards to roads. I guess roads generally in rural Ottawa. I met with our roads team and learned that we have 189 kilometers of in-need road work, which is wild, and I'm really grateful for actually quite a healthy budget going towards roads. But resurfacing and the presentation that we heard today from Ken Holmes actually is, I think any rural audience will be watching and will resonate with that message that the roads is absolutely the #1 priority. I hear from residents all the time. My question is, so I've noticed just across that area that that the costs of road renewal and culverts as well is an estimate. And I'm curious whether, if those estimates are overestimated, whether those dollars in the end are able to be redistributed back into new projects within the ward as assigned at this time, or whether there's another plan for reallocating those dollars.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. We have a robust project delivery estimating guideline that we use. And so we have different classes of estimates, starting at functional, conceptual, all the way to an estimate that we do prior going to tender. So it's very important for us that we do not overestimate budgets. So we know that we have to stretch the financial dollars that we all have. So it's everyone's best interest to make sure that our estimates are as close to what we would expect at tender. So we'd happy to take that with you and maybe give you some more explanation about how we do that. And so these estimates are adjusted. We also put budget requests phased in as well. So we don't pre-commit too early what the construction budget is going to be, so that when we do ask for the construction money, it is quite clear that we have a very good estimate to go on. And then what I would say is that every year in Q1, there's a capital close, or Q2, a capital close report. And so at that point in time, and often there are surpluses. So sometimes we get really good tender prices. And so if they come below, then we have money that's left over from that project. And so there's an opportunity to bring that money back to capital reserves.
Okay, so okay, thank you. That makes sense. So those dollars then go back to capital reserves, though. So they're not actually necessarily attributed back to the ward or the area that received that funding at the beginning. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Chair. So basically, we're one of the few municipalities that do this, and it's a really good process. It's onerous, but it's a good process. So basically, in Q2 every year, we come back with what we call a closure report, as Tammy talked about, and that's where we close off completed projects. And normally we do return funds back to source. So the guideline is back to source. And I'll piggyback off what Sue said. When you look at the integrated program where there could be a water, a wastewater, a city tax, even sometimes a DC dollar, we need to respect the ratios. So it's not like it's a 1-for-1 as well. So that's where the complexity gets into. Then what we do is, if there's projects that overspend, we solve that first with projects that underspent and completed. Then there's an opportunity where it goes back to the source reserve, or potentially if there's a pressure coming in a project that's in flight. So it's kind of a risk mitigation process where we go through 5 type steps, and then ultimately money typically goes back to the reserve, and then that gives us the ability then to reassign in the next budget cycle based on the priority needs. So it's a little bit of a cycle of a capital project, if you will.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just a little pivot. I did had some questions also on the line painting, so thank you to Councillor DeRoche for asking that. I think it's clear, but I just one little follow up to that. Is there a prioritization process for lines? I know is that so? I know in our office we get some particular areas where the line painting is not.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah.
The question Councillor had is, if we report directly to you guys where we know there's a worn out section of paint, would you set that as a priority as a local councillor if they give you that information?
Yeah, certainly if there's areas of concern, to flag them to us, and also through our teams, through team, they're able to indicate also what are the areas that they're focusing on, so that it may be something that, yeah, in a few weeks we're going to be there. So at least you have a timeline as to when the works would be done.
Thank you. And last question is around the comment about public realm, and over time trying to build up a little bit of pot of cash to do some public realm improvements. I'm curious if we've ever done an actual assessment of what the gap or the desire, what that need is. I know in rural Ottawa we often talk about wanting to improve the streetscapes of main streets and kind of like a lot of beautification type projects. And because there's not as much development, we can't really lean on development dollars to see those kinds of improvements. And so I think this would be an opportunity or a possible place to look at for future investment. I'm just curious if you actually know or have ever actually counted what that demand might look like.
Through the chair, yeah. So That's exactly what we're trying to do. We haven't calculated that. The work we did downtown, supported by Bloomberg, really helped us with a process in terms of a public audit to be able to better understand what people wanted. And I think this fits very well with the rural summit and the directions coming out of there. So what we're looking at right now is how could we expand that? I would say Ottawa to date has relied very heavily on the development process for public realm improvements. And even in areas where we're seeing a lot of development, like in some of the inner Greenbelt or some of the suburban municipality sections, you're seeing it very spotty. So you'll have a main street that has some beautification and some public realm work, and then a blank space, and then we wait for the next developer to fill it in. And so what we're talking about as staff is something that is more focused and purposeful. And there's some good guidance in our official plan in terms of design priority areas. That the work has already been done about where. What we need to do is really think through that in terms of how we could allocate funds in a transparent way. So that's the report we're proposing to bring back. But I don't know if my director has anything additional to add. No, he's shaking his head. So thank you.
Can I just confirm, you can confirm that rural Ottawa is captured as part of that? I know you said to mention.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. We're so back to first round. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the team. Lots of work here. I'm going to give one compliment for, well, it's more compliments, but for ditches, we had our first meeting for Lakeview for a community that is filled with ditches that needs renewal, and it was very successful. This is very important, and I appreciate the funding for it. So just wanted to give the feedback that we had very good attendance, and the community is very happy to finally see this work being done. So so kudos on that. I'm going to go to the questions that were raised by the delegation. In terms of the $8.5 million for Carling Avenue Bridge. There was concern that this was not a good way to spend money if this bridge is only going to last 5 more years. Is there intent to replace this bridge? Is this just a temporary fix?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. There's actually a lot of useful life that is left on this bridge. And so what we are planning to do with the $8.5 million is to do a rehab. And we would expect that that would extend the life of that bridge for probably another 20 years. We do have some waterproofing that needs to be done. There's expansion joint works. The scope that's been put together is informed by expert inspections through OSIM as well as other assessments. And so things have been delayed already because there's nearby LRT works that have to been coordinated. So there is a need to go ahead with these works.
And perhaps I could just add to my colleague, given so this, the work that is in the secondary plan is not in the transportation master plan. So it's not a transportation project to redesign that intersection. Although it is a conversation that we're actively having with the NCC right now in terms of they have some interest in pushing forward in the near term some of the environmental assessment work and at their costs. So we're looking at that, what that would look like. That would be some of the planning and design work that would be necessary. There are some very large pipes underground, so this is not a simple project, not only with the infrastructure. So whatever realization of the secondary plan would be many years out, 5 to 10 years out, even if we were moving rapidly. But right now, that's not a funded project, and it's not in the transportation master plan.
You're referring to the possible T intersection?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, because it would open up development areas where those ramps were, for example. And yes, I'm aware that there's a major water main going through there for the city. So thank you. No, that was a concern. And I think that it was portrayed in the secondary plan that it was a possibility of having more in that area. It is listed to be a transit priority route, the bridge.
and also cycling. Is that still possible? I'm a little concerned, obviously, now with Bill 60, but transit priority, even though we're looking at a corridor for Carling Avenue, it kind of ends right at Lincoln Field, yet westbound is still very high needs for bus priority. And I just want to know if that's still in the plan.
So I will start, and then perhaps my colleague Jennifer can jump in. But the Main Street Mobility Improvement Project that we are talking about stops at the ramps, so it doesn't preempt any future activity that might happen there. We're looking at it west of there.
Yes, that is correct. There's a Main Street Mobility Improvement Program to the west, and that would look at options for all modes.
Yeah, so that's west of Lincoln Field.
West of the ramps. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. No, so I'm glad to hear that it's still in the plans. And anyway, I just wanted to make sure those questions were answered, because there was concern that this money was not going to be well used. And I still want to ask, was other options looked at?
Mr. Chair, as stated by my colleague, there were no plans to replace or demolish the overpass as part of the Transportation Master Plan. There's still long life that's left in the bridge. So we do believe this is good value for money to invest in this rehab at this point.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask a totally different question. Traffic calming. We're going to lose money on traffic calming. The fact that we're not going to have the speed cameras and traffic and road safety budget. But one idea that keeps coming up that is low cost is murals, on street murals. And we have one in Bay Ward that's very successful, but there's no guidelines to them. They're very inexpensive because it's volunteers in the community that tend to do it. But is it possible to get that integrated in this budget? Because this is something that is a low cost, but it does need guidelines. It's like, what kind of paint you use, what kind of rules you follow, what kind of intersection could qualify. These are things that could be done. And I just want to know if that's, if we could work on guidelines as a traffic calming measure.
So Chair, I'll start and then I'll hand it over to Heidi. I just want to clarify that the funding is still in the budget for the temporary traffic control. So even though historically that was funded through, or part of it was funded through the automated speed enforcement, working with Cyril, that funding is still going to be there. So that's not going away. And in terms of the street murals, I'll just hand it over to Heidi.
So yes, as part of the ongoing service review for the two traffic calming programs, the idea of street murals was one of the ideas that was being considered, and to the development of guidelines to make those applicable in line with guidelines that are coming out federally in terms of decorative paint, in terms of the types of materials and things like that, and the locations. But yes, as part of that service review, one of the recommendations is to develop guidelines for street murals.
Great. It also helps for public realm space, and I'm sure that our general manager of planning is familiar with that. So I would love to see the guidelines, and I'd be happy to move a staff direction on that to kick that off. I just wanted to also ask about winter maintenance, because I was meeting with Council on Aging this morning, and it seems that the doors are closed, that, it's considered that we're doing fine on winter maintenance. That was my motion from 6 years ago. My concern is that there's still worries out there from older adult community. You're familiar with the snow moles program, but they still see gaps, and particularly for pedestrians and for safety. And we don't know what kind of winters we're going to get. And I just want to know what flexibility we have, because that's still a major concern.
Well, Mr. Chair, absolutely. And when it comes to sidewalks, as I mentioned, since the time that you tabled the motion, there have been significant improvements that have been implemented since. We actually have now at this point, I think it's around 270 resources that are dedicated to sidewalk maintenance. So there has been a significant shift. Part of the budget that we have today in terms of the winter maintenance budget is also going towards sidewalk. So we appreciate that basically through the review of the winter maintenance standards. By far, that was the main topic, was related to sidewalk maintenance. So we have made significant improvements, and that will continue to be an area that we focus on.
And you'll still be in contact with groups like Council on Aging, and there's others on recommendations for areas of improvement?
Absolutely. If there's any areas that even your offices want to flag as a concern, we're always available to discuss those locations.
Thank you. I have one more. Can I have one more topic?
Is it a quick one, or we'll put you back on the board?
Yeah, it's about underground infrastructure monitoring or mapping.
Is it a single question?
Yes. I just want to know how that's going, because we've had presentations in the past about mapping of underground infrastructure, and it would save a lot of money if we know what's going on underground before we build things. I've had a few projects stalled because we didn't know what was underneath.
So I will jump in and then allow my colleague to get a seat. That is part of the funding that we're talking about here in terms of our geospatial program. And we've had some remarkable success with our partners in infrastructure, particularly on water. I got to use them, the handheld myself, actually, behind City Hall the other day, doing a little video for staff, and it's very impressive. And the amount of information we're able to access at our fingertips in real time and make decisions is very impressive, and something we are rapidly expanding. So I'll just ask if Court has any more details to share.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just layer on that we're tackling the issue from two perspectives. The first is the quality of the information we're getting from our utility partners to our central registry. So we've been working around the Utility Coordination Committee on improving the quality. And the second is, as the General Manager said, using our digital twin and leveraging work that's already happening in the field to build that 3D visualization on the underground as well.
Thank you. I know that sounds like a nerdy topic, but it's actually could save us a ton of money. So thank you.
Yep. I appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor King in first round, Councillor Devine, and back for second round, Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I'd like to thank staff for their work on the budget. Just wanted to continue the line of questioning that Councillor Kavanaugh had around winter maintenance. I noted reviewing the budget that road services show 0 new FTEs for 2026, despite service delays that have been experienced in places in Ward 13, including snowbank removal, sidewalk plowing delays, and narrow lanes on main streets, and cycling routes such as Beechwood, Montreal Road, Queen Mary, and MacArthur. So I'm just wondering if staff can speak to how road services can maintain or improve service levels without adding staff, and what is the justification for making the same overtime level of approximately or maintaining that overtime level of approximately $6.8 million, given these chronic gaps that we're seeing in service.
So Mayor or Chair, I'll start, and maybe if Quentin's still in the room, can add color to what I'm indicating. So from a winter perspective, while we don't have any increases to the FTEs, there is an increase to the budget. We do use contracted services also to complement our own workforce. In terms of the overtime element, that is very much weather dependent. There's certainly a lot of overtime that's incurred during the winter, depending on the storms, the timing of the storms. So that is something that still, even though we have a base budget for it, is very much dependent on the type of winter that we receive. Our commitment is always to meet our maintenance standards. The only time that will indicate that we're not in a position to meet is when we issue a significant weather event where we know that because of the amount of snow, we're not going to be able to keep up with the event, but otherwise, we do try to resource to be able to meet our standards.
And obviously you feel that the budget presented is the proper amount of resourcing, noting that we had a $20 million deficit last year due to severe weather and significant snowfall. I know in the past we've had discussions on just ensuring that we're thinking about climate change and the impacts of extreme weather, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to that.
Yeah, so when it comes to budgeting for winter, we're very much at the mercy of Mother Nature. So we don't look at a 1-year budget. We actually work with Cyril in terms of a 5-year budget. And what I can indicate to you is basically the budget that's in front of you is very much in line with the expenditures that we've seen over the last 5 years. So there are years like last year where we had a very significant February, March, also cascading into April. That was beyond basically our average. The year before, we were actually under budget. So there's going to be years that are plus or minus, but we are informed by that 5-year average.
Well, I'm appreciative that there's work that's being done to really look at incorporating the extreme weather that we're going to see. I know last season, we saw a quick succession of storms which disrupted snow removal operations or snowbank removal operations because we had to shift over to snow removal on the roads. So we appreciate that the hard work that staff does, and we do appreciate the fact that there is some examination around these changing weather patterns, because we can only expect this to accelerate as we continue to be impacted by changes in climate. In terms of the neighborhood traffic calming program, we do see in this budget an increase of the budget to $4.08 million. I'm just wondering how this funding will improve program timelines and accessibility for communities in terms of wards expecting faster initiation and completion of traffic calming requests through this program.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we do envision that this $4 million that's been requested through the budget will help us to address our backlog of projects within the permanent traffic calming program. As Heidi previously mentioned, there is also a service review that's being undertaken with traffic services and ourselves, the temporary traffic calming and the permanent traffic calming programs, again, to also look for efficiencies in how we deliver traffic calming measures within communities. So I think the combination of this increased level of funding, plus some of the initiatives that are being identified through the work of the service review, will put us in a good position to be able to deliver those projects as quickly as we can.
I appreciate that, whether it's our temporary traffic calming measures budget or the neighborhood traffic studies, often there can be delays in terms of implementation. I think of the neighborhood traffic studies, many years ago, more than 10 years ago, I was a community association president. And I remember writing the letter asking for us to get on the list. And now that I am a counselor, it has finally kind of emerged. But even in its late stages of the study on North River Road, it's still taking time to get towards implementation. And if we look at the number of years that have elapsed, it's more than probably 10 years. So I think it's important for us to really focus on how we can accelerate these types of programs. Another question just involves sidewalks in Vision Zero. I've noted that the draft budget allocates $10.6 million citywide for sidewalks and pathways. I'm just wondering, how does this funding align with the city's Vision Zero and accessibility commitments, given the backlogs and missing sidewalk links that we see, especially around schools, transit stops, and parks?
Thank you for the question. Certainly the funding that's identified within the 2026 budget for pedestrian facilities and missing links really, as you've indicated, is intended to address those critical missing links in the pedestrian network that will improve safety for residents, that will help us get closer to that Vision Zero objective, and provide an environment where it is safe for people to be walking to school, to transit, and all of the other destinations that we know that people in the city are walking to. And so those programs are certainly a key part of the various safety initiatives that the city has in its efforts to achieve the Vision Zero objective.
I appreciate that. I think that we definitely need more money around our active transportation infrastructure. We'll have to start thinking about that, especially with the impacts of Bill 60. In terms of these investments, we have many investments, especially around schools, that have taken a long time for this infrastructure to be considered and implemented. And so, I think we will be looking within the guise of the challenges that have been presented by the province. And frankly, the revenue gaps that are emerging because of that towards our critical infrastructure needs. Apart from that, Chair, I just wanted to thank staff for mentioning in the budget presentation the focus on the public realm project for Beechwood Avenue, which hopefully will lead to transformative change on Beechwood, the last traditional main street that has not been rebuilt in the inner urban core. I think it's very important for us to see these investments because they will ultimately lead to a more safe, inviting, and usable space and street that will meet the needs of our community. So I really want to thank staff for their continuing work on that project, and thank you so much for the opportunity to pose some questions, Chair, to staff.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Devine, and then Councillor DeRoche for second round.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 different areas of questions, so perhaps I'll try to cover 2, hand it over to my colleague, and then hopefully get back on the board. Hello, staff. My first line of questioning is on the transit corridor program, which if you want to refer to it, it's page 120, page 121 in the full budget book. The program is described as: the program supports the purchase of strategic property parcels for future transportation corridors and facilities, including rapid transit bus or light rail lines or stations, and then some other modes of transport. During the TMP update this past summer, I had a motion passed concerning the Beechburg Rail Corridor, which is a corridor that I believe could play a significant role in our future transportation plans. One of the motion's resolutions directed staff to pursue acquiring segments of the Beechburg rail line as opportunities arise. Now, since the TMP passed, there's been a lot of momentum from Alto and their plans for a high-speed corridor that includes Ottawa. I've been to a couple of Alto's info sessions. We had one right here. I've had a few brief conversations with Alto senior leadership. They have certainly opened the door to municipalities to have conversations about integrating their plans with ours. So questions to staff. Would staff say that integrating Alto's high-speed rail corridor with our own existing and planned transit infrastructure is a high priority for both the city and Alto?
Through the chair, that is correct. I know that Alto has expressed certainly an understanding of the importance to them of making sure that the high-speed rail corridor connects well with our transportation system, in particular the transit system, but also the road network as well. And similarly, staff have a similar view on the importance of that integration.
Thank you. Have staff already begun to have productive discussions with Alto?
I can respond to that. So we have signed an NDA with Alto so that from a multi-department perspective, we can have technical and specific conversations within the broad framework that Jennifer just outlined. So yeah, those conversations have started this fall and will continue with earnest.
Thank you. May I assume that this transit corridor protection program budget is a possible source of funding for Beechburg segment acquisition as per the motion I brought to TMP?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And last question on this topic. Do you have any insight as to whether an acquisition opportunity might present itself within the next budget year? If that's disclosable under your NDA?
Not at this time.
Fair enough. The next line of questioning I have is about something that I don't believe is in the budget, perhaps might have been in the budget if, but I think we may have waited a bit too long. And this is on the issue of City of Ottawa bike share. So back in 2023, Councillor Menard passed the motion directing staff to work towards the development of a bike share program, aiming for some form of program launch during this term of council. I have been enthusiastic about this initiative, seeing as how there are over 200 North American municipalities that have a bike share program, and every bike share that I have experienced has absolutely had a positive impact on increasing active transportation modal share and decreasing vehicle congestion in urban areas. Now, one item from the Menard motion was that staff report back on the findings of a feasibility study carried out by EnviroCentre and the Climate Ottawa Action Fund, and that staff report back on those recommendations in 2025. Councillor Menard and I have been having discussions, patiently waiting for staff to provide info on this. We had a meeting in late September. At that time, we were told that a report from staff would come back by the end of October. That deadline passed. We have been asking for updates. The last word I have from staff is that program staff are briefing senior management in order to get direction on the sharing of the feasibility study. My question is, how long have staff been in the possession of the EnviroCentre feasibility study?
Chair, I'd have to confirm the exact timing. What I can confirm is because I have been looped into those discussions. That feasibility study, as we mentioned, was led by EnviroCentre, but really on behalf of the NCC, La Ville de Gatineau, and ourselves. The piece that we're struggling with right now is based on the feasibility is one thing. It's more around how do we move, like what are the options to move forward? And those are the pieces that we're still working through. So we want to make sure that I appreciate that we are slipping in terms of the timelines. We want to make sure that when we bring something forward, it's not just a feasibility study, it's also around what are the opportunities to be able to move recommendations forward. We're just not at that stage right now.
I can appreciate that. One thing I'm unsure.
Councillor, just real quick, I know you can tie pretty much anything in the world to budget, but we're really kind of getting off onto a tangent here. So if you can keep your questions shorter.
One little question about this, and then I'll move to another topic.
Thank you.
I'll move to a colleague. So just with that in mind, if, however, the Menard motion that passed directed staff to report back during 2025, do you know whether or not staff will be able to issue that report before the end of this calendar year?
The stage that we're at right now, I would say no. And again, it's not to try to withhold the information. We want to make sure that one is that we're comfortable with the feasibility study, but more importantly, that there's a path forward. And right now, we're not clear in terms of nailing down basically what that path forward would be.
Okay, thank you. I don't mind getting back on the board.
No, you still have another minute.
I've got a minute. Well, it'll take a while.
Well, use up what you can now.
There's all going to be preamble. So I have some questions regarding.
You don't have to do the preamble. You're good. You're good just for the questions.
But I do have this is on the topic of safety, so I am concerned about this one more specifically. I have questions regarding the intersection control measures program. So as I understand it, that program is intended to make intersection improvements to address not only traffic growth, but also to address safety concerns as part of intersection design. I appreciate any program that addresses safety concerns, as we all do, but I also want to make sure that those programs are focused on where the greatest safety needs are. I've had many conversations with staff. I've heard reports back at this committee and in written record that when it comes to the kinds of vehicle collisions that lead to fatal and major injuries, that these kinds of collisions are based on different factors, whereas in, let's say, rural areas, they're more often related to factors not necessarily connected to the intersection design, whether it be speeding or lack of lighting or fatigue due to long drives. But when it comes to fatal major injuries in urban or suburban areas, they very much are most likely or more often related to intersection design, width of lane, or any number of factors. So I have some questions about that program, the Intersection Control Measures Program, which has a total budget for this year of 10.8 million. What are the 3 geographic categories that this program is normally divided into?
Through the chair, the program is funded 100% through development charges. And so the development charges are collected for an outside the Greenbelt, rural and citywide. And so the funding that's collected through each of those areas is applied to the projects within those areas.
When we were discussing this yesterday,
Sorry, you're correct. That was time. Councillor DeRoche.
Okay, just back to some questions on lighting. Interesting that you've got new street lighting in the budget, because I recall we didn't really have much of a program. I'd in fact use some traffic calming to put some lights in, which was very helpful. But what we did was we installed the lights on the hydro poles because electrical's there. The spacing was decent. Is that going to be the approach to this program? Because I think we want to stretch this program as far as we can. And sometimes I worry that we always want to have kind of the gold, if not titanium standard. And then that just means that we're not making much progress because the standards are too high.
Yeah, so wherever there's an existing hydro pole and it's actually in the location that can be used, we will always leverage that because, to your point, it's a lot more cost effective to do.
Yeah.
So
It's like $5,000, $6,000 a light versus,
but it all depends in terms of where the
Yeah.
poles are located, the spacing of the poles and all that. But wherever we can leverage an existing pole, we will leverage an existing pole.
Good to hear, because I think people want it. Many of the former municipalities weren't big on it, but I think the residents appreciate it. It has everything to do with just comfort in the evening and feeling safe in the evening, and more we're encouraging pedestrian activity and what have you. So cycling. So I look forward to seeing progress on that. Last question is on the for Dr. Wallace, just in terms of the program for road and I guess transit projects. It was with great excitement we approved the TMP. We talked about we're going to be very aggressive on housing development, but with that we need to have the infrastructure to support the housing development. That was scored in those projects to determine which ones should be done first so that it serves the growth. I guess I was a little bit surprised to see we didn't have a lot of kind of preliminary design in there. And I guess I want to hear what the thinking was to build a package of projects that respond to the stage 1 or phase 1 of the TMP, with a goal of doing, I think, some of the cheapest stuff first, which is preliminary design, right? Detailed design, right? It's still expensive, but it's not construction. And we want to get as close to construction ready as possible so that we have a long list of construction ready projects. When the federal and provincial government comes on, we say, here's a list of 15 projects. What's the thinking behind what I think is kind of a limited list of preliminary designs related to the TMP coming out of that exercise?
So through the chair, as I said in the opening comments, some of the preliminary design work, functional design work we're going to be doing isn't listed in this budget because it's actually funded from a previous year. So I can turn it over to my colleague Jennifer to add more, but I will say that we are very conscious that we need both water, wastewater infrastructure and transportation infrastructure to catch up and be at pace with where we see the growth going. And some of you may know that going to the Planning and Housing Committee in January is a presentation on the forecasts in terms of growth, the new provincial numbers and how that relates in terms of the quantum of growth we can expect in this region and in the city of Ottawa in particular. That affords us an opportunity to look at our out years in terms of 27 and beyond and where we saw construction projects and potentially move some things up if as we look through the impact of growth and the heightened growth we're going to be expecting to come to the city. So I would say that the TMP is a continuous iterative process that we're constantly looking at to make sure things align. And there will be a lot of work done in 26. It is our intention to move as many projects through planning and design as we can so that they are ready for construction as soon as possible, and to make those construction decisions based on where we see the actual growth occurring.
Okay, fair enough. So maybe someone could give me that list of what has already been approved that you're working on. So what I heard from you is that it's not necessarily listed in here, but you're still working on some preliminary designs, functional designs.
Yes, across all wards, there's projects that will be moving forward that are not necessarily listed in this budget because the money came from a previous year.
Okay.
I believe councillors have access to the ward list, but we can certainly talk to anyone offline.
Yeah, I'm interested in that offline. Thank you, Chair. That's all for now. Thank you.
Vice Chair Katz?
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions and then some comments. The Canada Public Transit Fund, which projects did we put forward in that submission?
So we haven't submitted our application. We are rapidly trying to pull something together before the end of the year. When the last federal budget came out, they announced that they were scooping some money from the transit fund to pay for Canada Builds and some of the housing initiatives. And they hinted that there may be some program changes to this funding program. Right now, it's a pretty open-ended envelope. And so we're expecting perhaps some conditions there. So that's frustrating, but we have a package together and we are moving it forward quickly. In that, the baseline to Heron is the first project on the list because it's the only one that has all the studies done. So it is our most construction ready. The next two are Cumberland Transitway projects, and then it goes down from there. We are currently looking at that list in light of recent information with legislation and making sure that we have we've also been talking to the province we would like their support on this list. But that's the top three, and maybe I'll turn it over to Jennifer if you can provide more information.
Yes, so when the Transportation Master Plan was approved, there was some discussion in the staff report about the Canada Public Transit Fund and staff's intent to request funding for projects that were prioritized based on the TMP. And so we're working off of that prioritized list, which had baseline at the top. Cumberland Transitway was second, and so on from there. And we are working with our provincial partners as well, because they are required to come to the table to fund those projects as well. So we're looking at how the projects fit in with the various criteria. But that is the intent, is to seek funding for construction in the order that they were presented in the TMP. Now, there are projects where we can advance designs for. So in the case, again, of Cumberland Transitway, we are intending to seek design funding for that project as a priority to again get it into a place where it would be shovel ready when the funding materializes.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I did have a motion that passed through the TMP that said, therefore be it resolved that both segments of the Cumberland Transitway be identified as the top priority for Canada Public Transit funding, planning, and design. So I understand baseline is the most construction ready, but
Yes, so the motion that was passed spoke to the planning and design funding, not the construction funding.
and they're separated in that fund.
We're still working through the details of how that would flow, but there's a different funding allocations for different phases of the project. So planning and design typically would receive a greater share of funding from the federal government, and the construction less so. And so, yes, there is a distinguishing between the different phases of the project and the funding that's available.
Okay, I'll be interested to hear more about that as that submission gets finalized. I've also had 3 motions over the past 2 years on finding creative ways to future debt and fund transportation infrastructure projects more quickly. So I'm wondering what's the status of that work?
Yes, Chair. So that'll be part of the long-range financial plan tax LRFP, which will be coming forward in, I'm going to say the first half of the new year. Quite a bit of work has been done. I don't want to say it's going to be February or April, but it will be definitely brought forward in the first half of the new year. And we're going to address that through that process.
Okay, thank you for that. There's a lot I could comment on in this budget, and a lot of good comments have been raised by my colleagues already. I'm going to focus my comments on what is most pressing and speak as a ward councillor and not as the vice chair. But this past January, I had an inquiry that showed that between 2013 and 2023, the city spent 131 million on new arterial roads in the West End, 174 million in the South End, and just 20 million in the East End. I know you all are familiar. This PWIC budget boasts 880 million in capital investments, with 317.8 million for transit growth and 150.4 million for road growth. And Ward 19 is getting 3 million for road growth and about 1.1 million for transit growth. I was frustrated. Now I'm verging on angry. We cannot build a community with crumbs. And every year there seems to be a new set of excuses for why funding isn't reaching the East End or why it's slower to come to the East End. And meanwhile, I'm watching project after project in other parts of the city leapfrog the East, whether it's because they can tie into existing work or because there's provincial and federal funding flowing elsewhere. The result is the same, and enough is enough. The Southwest Transitway was ranked 8th among higher order bus facilities in the TMP. The Cumberland BRT ranked 2nd. This budget allocates 7 million to the Southwest and next to nothing to Cumberland. And I have brought forward motion after motion asking the city to explore new, faster funding tools. And I'm not seeing the urgency from staff, despite the situation being urgent. I should not be the only one concerned that we are building homes at breakneck speed in my community while relying on a single road in and out. And I'm exhausted from feeling like I'm the only one working on solutions and doing the work of an entire department. One of my main transit routes has a punctuality of less than 48% on every leg in every direction because the buses are getting stuck in traffic. So if you care about getting cars off the road, if you care about residents choosing transit, if you care about building healthy communities instead of communities where residents' quality of life is being impacted because they're late for work and they're late for appointments and they're late to pick up their kids, you should care about this too. And this month, I have been holding public information sessions for expansion lands that will bring over 7,000 units to Orleans South. This is in addition to the 14,000 units already planned, over 21,000 new homes on the way. And we have impressive sounding growth funding in this budget that does nothing to meaningfully address what's coming. Had the investments in Ward 19 been meaningful enough to highlight, they would have been in the presentation. So I appreciate that multi-year projects are underway. They are not advancing quickly enough to meet the pace of new constructions. Every year I'm told there's real understanding of the challenges we face, and the budget arrives and the outcome is the same, and it's always disappointing. So I will not be supporting this budget, and I won't be supporting any future transportation budget until significant funding is allocated to advance and construct these projects to respond to the urgency of the moment, an urgency that my East End colleagues recognize, the chair, the mayor, but seems to be forgotten when it comes to budget time. And I invite everyone to come spend time in Ward 19, see for yourselves the scale of development underway. I would welcome senior transportation staff to join me in knocking on doors and speaking directly with residents who are impacted and whose tax dollars are going towards fully funding projects elsewhere in the city. Because if that idea makes you uncomfortable, it should. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And as Chair, I allowed that to go longer because it is an extreme issue. We do have a lot of challenges in the east, and it's always going to be challenging until they resolve it. But nonetheless, we do have a role here that we do have to fulfill. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo and fully support everything that Councillor Kitts has just said. She's absolutely right about what this budget means for the East End, and I share her frustration. For years, we've been clear about one thing. The East End is growing faster than almost any other part of Ottawa, yet we continue to see transportation budgets that do not match the reality on the ground in Orleans and Cumberland. Our residents deal with daily bottlenecks on Innis, on Trim, on Brian Coburn, on St. Joseph, on the 174, and on our rural roads from Cumberland Village through Navan. We have a list of long planned projects that never seem to move forward, and every year the gap gets bigger. As I've said many times, we cannot keep approving development in the East without building the infrastructure that allows people to move safely and reliably. Whether it's the future eastern segment of Brian Coburn, long overdue improvements of the 174, upgrades to Trim and Innis, safety improvements in our villages, or new cycling and pedestrian connections that we've talked about ad nauseum today, the East End has been waiting long enough. This budget simply does not deliver for Orleans and Cumberland. It puts more pressure on corridors that are already at capacity, especially the 174, which remains one of the most heavily used and underfunded roads in the entire network. It delays improvements that residents have been hearing about for more than a decade. It leaves rural roads without the investment that they need to remain safe. And it does not reflect the reality of the rapid growth coming from the east, including Rockland, Clarence Rockland, and those commuters who depend on our network every day. Continue to worry that we're planning reactively instead of proactively. We should be preparing for growth, not scrambling to catch up. Our residents deserve better. They deserve a transportation network that matches the size, pace, and promise of the communities that they live in. I completely support the vision that Councillor Kitts has just laid out. I want to see real commitments for the East End in future budgets, and I wanted to see them in this one. I want to see a transportation plan that finally recognizes that Orleans and Cumberland contribute enormously to the city, but do not receive infrastructure investment at the same rate. The East End continues to grow. We are proud of our communities, but we need the infrastructure to match our demand. And this budget doesn't get us there. Thanks.
Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start my second round by expressing my sympathy and understanding for my East colleagues. And when I hear you make reference to all of the funding and development going to West Ottawa or South Ottawa, my gut instinct is Ward 9 must not be sufficiently south or west, because I certainly don't feel like there's riches in my area of established Ottawa. It feels like if the problems that you experience in East Ottawa are the results of too much growth out there, what happens in wards like mine is we experience the congestion of too many people passing through our areas, creating all kinds of congestion. I look with envy at what will happen to East Ottawa, hopefully soon, with the opening of the east extension of the LRT. I will then wait 2 more years until I get the same multi-billion-dollar investment to serve West Ottawa. When you mention that there are bus routes that have a 48% service rate, the bus that serves most of my ward has a 19% success rate when it comes to departures at peak time. I think the point you make about dealing with crumbs resonates here, in that when we are dealing with crumbs, we have struggles all across the city. Back to my one line of questioning to support what Councillor Kitts was saying about what revenue tools are being developed to address this. I know that I brought a motion or a direction to pursue the twice per year indexing of transit-related DCs. Currently, DCs are indexed annually, but I brought a motion to have transit-related DCs indexed twice so that a little bit more can be generated when that indexing rate happens. Out of nowhere, does the staff have any idea of what happened with that motion?
Chair, that would be addressed as part of the next DC background update study, which is coming in the new year as well, I think.
Thank you. If I may go back to staff with my questions about the intersection control measures program. When I last left off, I was asking what were the different geographic areas served by this program. You mentioned that they were the rural element, the outside the greenbelt and the citywide element, is it not true that there's a program for intersection control measures that is meant to serve projects inside the greenbelt as well?
Yes, that's correct. And my apologies for omitting that.
No apology required, but thank you. However, so that's the way the program normally goes. There's a category for rural, for outside greenbelt, inside greenbelt, and citywide. That's not the way it's laid out in this year's budget. In this year's budget, there is a category for rural, there is a category for outside the greenbelt, there's a category for undefined, which includes a list of projects, including a few rural and one project for greenbelt. That one project in the undefined category for inside the greenbelt is in Alta Vista with an allocation of $734,000 out of 10 million. So the program as a whole covers 16 different projects intended to address safety and traffic growth concerns across the entire city. But out of the 16 projects, there is only one project that takes place inside the greenbelt. Considering how the program is focused on intersection improvements for both safety and traffic growth, and considering that most of Ottawa's most dangerous intersections with the highest frequency of FMIs in intersection-related incidents happen inside the greenbelt, can staff let me know why the program's budget is only allocating one project out of 16 inside the greenbelt?
So through the chair, so as I mentioned, this program is funded through development charges. And so it is intended to address intersections where traffic growth is occurring and there's a need for operational improvements. And so the bulk of the locations are located in greenfield development areas. The funding source for these projects is directly tied to the geographic area. So there's a lot more projects outside the greenbelt, for example, but the development charges are based on that project list. And so there's a commensurate level of investment based on the level of funding and the level of need. Because it is a growth project, there is not a trigger that's safety related. There is, that's a different program through the Road Safety Action Plan for safety projects. We do, as part of these projects, include make use of opportunities to address safety concerns at the locations, and certainly, you know, if there's opportunities to make it safer for road users, we will do that as part of the project. But it's not a trigger for the project. The trigger has to be related to the level of traffic growth. And for this particular program, it's really focused on the developments that are adjacent to that intersection. So in a greenfield site, if you have a new subdivision coming in and you've got collector roads, and those collector roads are connecting to arterials at those access points, you know, there would be a need to perhaps upgrade the always stop control or the stop control to a signal or a roundabout. So that's primarily what this program funds. We do have some locations inside the Greenbelt where we do get very significant developments that are having an impact on adjacent intersections, which is the case for the example that you noted. You know, developments like the Ottawa Hospital, Tunney's Pasture, Confederation Heights would all be projects that we're sort of monitoring, that we know there may be a need for funding through this program in the future, but we're not at a point yet where we would be putting forward those projects.
And as you say, each of those segments is funded by DCs collected within that geographic area. And in this year, there was that fourth program, or the fourth category, called undefined. And in that undefined category, there are 6 projects, including a bit of a hodgepodge. In that undefined program, are those individual projects still funded by DCs from that area, or is that funded citywide?
I believe that's funded through citywide. And the reason they're undefined is because when the DC background study is developed, there's a list of intersections that we know of that will be required within the horizon of the DC background study. But as developers move projects ahead, transportation studies are done for those developments, and they identify new locations where we might need to provide a change in traffic control or new turning lanes or what have you. And so because those projects weren't specifically identified in the background study, they go into this undefined category, and that's why you see locations from across the city in that.
Now, so if the So you're talking about the intersection control measures program. If the network modification program, which is similar but different, if that program also addresses growth-related intersection improvements, but the side benefit of that other program is also safety-related, if, as I understand it, the main difference between the two programs is the intersection control measures program addresses intersections where the growth is immediately adjacent, the network modification program addresses programs where the growth is all around. If both are DC funded, is there any mandated reason why one program has more budget than the other? The intersection control measures program has 4 years of 55 million. The network modification program has 4 years of about 23 million allocated. If they both can augment safety, is there any reason why one would have a larger 4-year program budget than the other?
So in both cases, we have a prioritized list of projects that we move forward through those programs, and the funding envelopes are based on the DC revenues that come in to fund the projects, and as well as the needs. So for the intersection control measures, if we're looking at installing a signal or a roundabout, the intersection needs to meet the warrants or the volume thresholds for that to happen. And so in some years, you may get more locations that are meeting thresholds that are moving through the process. In other years, you may get less. And so there can be reasons why there's different funding allocations between those two programs.
Yeah. Do you plan on going back on the board again? Councilor Trost?
Thank you so much, Chair. So these are just some comments as we close this discussion, because I'm listening to all of you and I'm hearing a lot of frustration about where we're prioritizing our projects. And I believe that Councillor Kitz's concerns are real and they're valid, that we're not matching the pace of development with the infrastructure that we need to support it. And the reason I ask questions about things that seem incredibly perhaps silly, like weeds and sidewalk patching, is these are actually fundamental everyday issues. I have heard recently for people who have fallen and injured themselves due to a hole in the sidewalk. And not only is that painful if you end up with an injury, one child ended up with an adult tooth that was broken that he now has to get fixed at the age of 12 years old. I have so many seniors who live in my ward. I have so many people who are either they're living in poverty and they can't afford a car, or they live downtown and they choose not to have one. And our basic maintenance of something simple like sidewalk infrastructure is not keeping up. We're patching sidewalks and the service standard says we're supposed to replace that hot patch with a new panel within a year. We're not even close. We're years away from that. And there's silly things like the fact that if you want a traffic calming planter, you have to personally sign on to maintain the plants yourself. And once those 10 years are up and there's no guardian for that planter, we end up with weeds and nobody to take care of them. And it's these little things that add up, that add to the stress of city living and create a lot of resentment from our residents. And I'm very torn today because staff has gone and done what we asked them to with the budget direction that was passed. But that wasn't a budget direction that I supported, because I believe we are pushing off long-term repairs. This wasn't at this particular budget, but another example was at community services the other day, the fact that field house bathrooms, apparently we have over 100 of them, but we keep them locked because we don't pay for the staffing to have those bathrooms be open. All of those little things add up, especially in the downtown core where people are living very, very close to each other, where they might own one vehicle and not two, but they can't park it because the snowbanks are too high and it takes 3 weeks to be removed. Granted, it was a huge snowstorm, but so, times are tough. And I think we're going to continue to have these very difficult conversations about whose project gets priority every single year, because we're working with scraps. And I would really like to see just a higher level investment in our city, period, because I believe the measure of affordability is not just how much your property tax bill goes up, it's everything else. It's whether you have to pay for multiple cabs or buy a car because you can't rely on transit. It's whether you end up injured and having to take time off work because you trip on a sidewalk. And it's whether you feel safe and like your city is there for you, but things are just so unkempt and you don't feel like the city values your neighborhood. So, I'm very torn because there are some wonderful investments in Centertown in this budget that I'm very happy with. There's some frustrations too because of what Bill 60 is limiting us. But this, this is ultimately a budget that I believe is built on austerity that was voted on by council and that I fundamentally disagreed with. So I'm probably inclined to support this budget today simply because staff, I believe you've done a good job with what we've given you. I just don't think we're giving you enough. And whether I vote for the final budget on December 10th remains to be seen, because I don't think we can push off these critical repairs. I don't think we can push off these basic service standards anymore. I think it's really unfair to residents. But I also want to thank staff for everything you have been able to do, where I don't think we're giving you enough resources to do your job properly. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I'm just looking around. Any further? Seeing none. First of all, staff, I want to thank you and apologize. You've heard the negatives today. And we're used to that. We're paid for that on a regular basis. We're the front door, and that's why you're hearing it, is only because we're frustrated. Please don't take it personally. You know how much I love and respect all of Public Works. And as a matter of fact, if you were to say, could we have more money? Of course you would say, yeah, give us more and more money. But we balance things in this city. We have arts, we have cycling, we have a whole series of things. We have to balance it out. So it's always tough for us to come together. And I think that's probably the secret sauce of this council, is you have to find a way to balance it out, and the staff do a tremendous job. When it comes to what I hear from the public on a regular basis, our snow plowing is amazing. Our garbage is amazing. These are a lot of the core services. The other stuff that obviously that we can continue to work on, we're doing a great job on that, but we're being thrown a lot of curveballs by the province right now on a lot of different things. So while I'll continue to support budgets based annually, I think that's important. And certainly you've heard the frustration by some councillors that wish to protest because they're very angry about this. Please don't take it personally. This is a concern and a frustration. On that, we do have the roadmap motion. I will get Vice Chair Kitts is putting her Vice Chair hat back on and smiling again. So we'll roll with the motion. We'll just read it through, and by the end of it, if there's any component, should we vote piece by piece, Clerk, or should we just say read it all out? And if there's any item to be held, we'll hold it out. If there's further discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it can be voted on as a package unless a member requests a divided vote on a particular
Yeah, I think
item.
we've had a thorough debate on that, and Vice Chair Kitts has indicated, are you voting against an element or the complete package?
I'll just vote against it.
Okay, so is that suffice, Clerk?
Yes,
want me to
Mr.
read?
Chair.
Okay, please go ahead.
That the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee recommend the council sitting as committee of the whole approve the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee 2026 draft operating and capital budget as follows. 1, the Public Works Department budget as follows. A, General Manager's Office and Business Technical Support Services, operating resource requirement, page 2. B, Road Services as follows. 1, user fees, page 5. 2, operating resource requirement, page 4. C, parking services as follows. 1, user fees, pages 8 to 12. 2, operating resource requirement, page 7. D, traffic services as follows. 1, user fees, revised, pages 15 to 17. 2, operating resource requirement, page 14. E, operational performance and development services, operating resource requirement, page 25. 2, planning, development and building services, department transportation planning budget as follows. A, user fees, page 20. B, operating resource requirement, page 19. 3, finance and corporate services, department fleet services budget as follows. A, user fees, page 23. B, operating resource requirement, page 22. 4, the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee capital budget, pages 26 to 29, individual projects listed on pages 53 to 175, including revised pages 100 to 101.
Great. Is committee fine to carry this with the noted no vote of Vice Chair Kitts? Carried?
I'll just dissent on 4, Chair. Everything else I'll vote yes for. I'll dissent on 4.
On item 4 on that, what was 4? I just want to know which
The
one.
capital investment budget, Chair.
Okay. Okay, great. Noted. Great. Thank you. That is carried. Just go back to the list. Thank you very much, staff. We really appreciate everything you do. Thank you. I'll go down to, obviously, Councillor Lowe has a notice of motion.
Thank you, Chair. This is a slightly amended version from what we discussed last month. This is after some public reconsultation, I guess, with my residents. So I'll just read the operative clause there. Therefore be it resolved that Public Works and Infrastructure Committee recommends council direct staff to implement a year-round parking prohibition on Fridays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on the same side as the existing winter parking prohibition on the following streets before the 1st of April 2026. Sicily Terrace, Coral Root Avenue, Gentian Heights, Spring Beauty Avenue, Sweet Flag Street, Twayblade Avenue, and I think it's Water Shield. Yeah, Water Shield Bridge. Thank you.
Okay, that's noted for the next meeting. We have no inquiries. Seeing none, no other business, please, Lord. And adjournment till the January 29th, 2026 meeting. Thank you very much, everybody.